Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. And we are in the beautiful Djuma at Gowrie Dam, of course, on the dam cam. My name is Lisa, and I will be your naturalist, monitoring the waterholes today, and just keeping an eye on everything. Hopefully, we will see some incredible things today. And currently we are just busy observing the babies. One can never get tired of them. They truly are so beautiful. I don't know about all of you, but I really do enjoy looking at a baby elephant or baby impala or baby lion or baby zebra. And yes, I think if it's all right with everyone, that is what we will be chatting about today as well. At our various waterholes, you know, the different gestation periods of animals, how many young they have at a time, etc., etc. But I do believe we will have an absolute awesome day on Escape to Nature. So as Tristan mentioned, it is fairly hot and humid today in Djuma. And we actually had quite a bit of rain last night in Mashatu, but hopefully that will bring some animals to our different waterholes. But let us have a look at today's weather to see what we might expect. And it seems Okokoyo is going to be super hot, a good 37 degrees Celsius. So hopefully that will push some animals to come to the water, have a bath, have a wallow, whatever they feel like. You can see some of the impala are rather alert. And I did take a good look around before we started, and I have been monitoring here at Gowrie Dam. But I do think it might potentially be because it is a bit windy, of course. As we know, animals do tend to, be a little bit more on edge when it is windy. They can't always tell where sounds and smells and everything is coming from. But as I said, today we will be chatting about babies and, just learning all about them. Oh, I love these tiny ones. They are so adorable. But we'll start off with a fairly easy one. So the one we are currently looking at. And of course it is an animal that we often see in most of our locations, a very common animal. So how long do impalas gestate and how many tiny ones do they have at a time? As always, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please, throughout the day, do send through your questions, comments, answers, suggestions, anything you would love to chat about, anything you would like to ask me on. You are welcome to do so, because at the end of the day, we are just immersing ourselves in nature, learning about the animals, and most of all, just enjoying them. Just want to have a look. See, I know Dewey is here. I want to see what he's up to currently. Earlier on, he was very active, swimming around in the waterhole. But I think he will probably pull his usual stunt where as soon as we get to him, he's just going to pretend like absolutely nothing is going on here at Gowrie Dam. Adam, good morning. You are saying you are looking forward to an awesome experience as usual. Thank you. That really means a lot. I really do enjoy Escape to Nature with all of you. And yes, also looking forward to, what today might bring and what's going to happen. Just want to see, I think it's a lapwing and yes, of course, an Egyptian goose, being cheeky as always. Just chased off the grey heron. It's my island. So we'll be chatting about, since it is the season for it, we'll be chatting about baby animals, the gestations, and not just necessarily, the mammals. We can also chat about birds and the different incubation periods they have for their chicks. A lot of different things, because of course, there are the common ones that we know, like the impala that I asked now. How long do the impala gestate for? And how many lambs do they have at a time? One female, how many lambs can she give birth to? But I think it'll also be interesting, to touch on the birds. It's something we don't often discuss, or well, at least not as often as, some of the other animals we often just talk about and refer to. Oh, got some sushi, did you? Seems like the grey heron got something now. It's obviously not something big, but food is food. Whether it's a meal or a snack, anything will do out here. I will have a look-see now to see when Dewey is going to pop up. Just want to keep an eye on this heron. It seems like it's on a mission to get some breakfast in. I always think it must be so frustrating. I wouldn't be able to be a heron. Our black-headed heron in Ukokoyo as well. Like, I never see him eating, but he's always there. So it really is a patience game for them. There you are, Dewey. Showing yourself. Well, a little bit. Just a tiny wee bit. But of course, even though there is a breeze, hippos will stay in the water during the day. Specifically from what I've seen in Greater Kruger, it gets super hot. So he will just chill in the water most probably today, and then this afternoon, as we know, as it cools down, he will get out, start grazing, perhaps go to another water hole again. Yes, we are talking about you. Hi, Dewey. Hippos are very, very fascinating animals. I really do enjoy them. Great stuff. Well, I'm going to wait for all of your answers on our first one. How long does an impala gestate for, and how many tiny ones do they have at a time? But while I do that, I'm going to send you to Lauren, who wants to say good morning.
Good morning, everyone. and welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa, where we are currently just looking at a majestic scene in front of us. Whole herd of elephants. There was a little bit of an interaction between two males. I think the older bull wasn't too happy with the younger one. But luckily things have calmed down. I'm hoping they don't move off too quickly, because spending time with a herd of elephants is really just special. One elephant is great, but a herd is something else. Good morning, my name is Lauren. Davi is with me on camera, and we are going to try and spend as long with these elephants as we can. I think we can maybe get a little bit closer, Davi. We stopped far away because of the interaction, but I think now we can get a little bit closer. Some big tusks on these males. Not just length, but girth. Can you work with this stuff? There we go. I have missed the sort of big interactions we were having when the water holes were very congested because of the lack of water. That has changed. Summer changes everything, and of course it's just the ebb and flow of life, the change of the seasons. But water is just everywhere. Davi and I stopped next to a puddle yesterday, and the elephants just came to the puddle and started drinking right next to the car and splashing themselves and just having the best time. So they don't really need to congregate around water bodies, and that's why the sightings change, and of course it becomes more difficult to find animals. That goes without saying. It's thicker, it's denser, your visibility is reduced. We still have wonderful sightings, but I have missed those big groupings of animals that we had before. Sarah, you're saying what a fantastic start. Absolutely. Nothing like starting off with elephants. We've actually had a fantastic morning. We had a wildebeest calf earlier on Safari Live, as well as some cool birds, and now we've got elephants. It's a great start. I just don't want these ones to disappear, but I think they may just do that. The temperatures are already soaring, which can only mean that it's going to get hot, so water holes will get busy. Water from a water body probably tastes a lot more delicious than from a puddle that cars drive over multiple times a day. I think the elephants love this weather. Love the rain, they love the mud, and they love the vegetation. There's always a bull that stays behind. He'll follow this herd, he knows exactly where they are. Even if he's lost sight of them, remember, sight doesn't matter so much if you're an elephant. You can hear them, you can hear everything they're saying. You can smell them. And off into the thicket he goes. Look at that. You would never know. Okay, you can see a little bit of him, but you would never know that there is a herd of elephants there. Probably drive past them on the daily, but we can give you a look at the stunning landscape this morning. Isn't it just so pretty when the sun is shining? It really is just the most glorious morning. There are lots of clouds. Don't know what the entire day has in store, but at least the sun is shining for now. I do hear a vehicle coming. I'm just going to let them pass and then we'll start bumbling to see what else we can find. And as we wait for the vehicle to pass, we're going to send you guys back over to Lisa and Njuma.
Morning, Lauren. Thank you so much. I'm still just with my adorable impalas in Njuma. I just love it when they sit in this creche structure that we often see them in. Of course, you know, when it is windy, when it is a bit cooler, you will often see them doing that. And you can actually see this one in front. Even though it's a baby, you know, probably only a month or so old, it already knows exactly how to regurgitate, how to save energy. And of course, you know, they do that by watching the adults. And but I do also believe, you know, it is something that's passed over and it is sort of an instinctive thing as well. But definitely behaviors that they pick up from the adults. And they are still tiny. They still have to grow into their ears. So they don't constantly have to, you know, graze and browse and then regurgitate. Their main source of nutrition and protein right now is mommy's milk. So every now and again you will see them getting up, eating a little bit, and as you see this one in front, regurgitating. But the most important thing for a baby animal is the milk of the mom. Very, very nutritious, and that is what will actually build their condition. Specifically with baby elephants, this morning on Sunrise Safari, we saw a tiny baby elephant with Berenice, and it was just too adorable, you know, when it literally just got its mouth in the water and was drinking. But elephants as well, very, very dependent on the milk of the mom, because ultimately that is what builds the condition for these tiny ones. But if you have only just joined us, today we will be chatting about babies and hopefully seeing a lot of babies. I'm still anxiously awaiting some baby wildebeests, whether it's here or in Okokoyo or in Mashatu, wherever we find ourselves in. I'm so happy that Lauren and Davi got to see one this morning, but I am still waiting to see my first wildebeest. You know, it would be glorious as well if we can see a birth. I'm not going to complain if that happens. But yes, we'll be chatting about the gestation and, you know, the mother and baby bond that animals have. Not just necessarily the mammals, also the... Aww. Are you cleaning your friend? Also birds and other animals that we often, you know, tend to overlook and not chat about so much. But as always, I'm making it easy for you as soon as we start. So first question was, how long do impalas gestate for? And how many impalas will one female give birth to in a season? Oh, you are just very, very, very set on cleaning your friend over there. So of course this is for, practical reasons. They do clean and preen each other. But it is also a form of bonding. Just like we see lions, that the females specifically, when they lick the tiny ones, it's to clean them, but it's also, it builds that bond. Just like elephants, when they are being very tactile with their trunks, often it's to smell, the pheromones that's being given off, etc. But a lot of the times it is also for bonding. White man, you're a poet and you don't even know it. You would like to know, when do ram lambs get horns? That would be a cool band name, Ram Lambs. Anyway, sorry. So anytime from give or take 2-3 years old, then you'll really see the horns starting to come out. It has actually happened before as well, where it's a male impala and it never develops its horns. So just like humans, sometimes there may be differences with regards to development and everything. But generally anything from 2-3 years old, that is when you will see the ram lambs getting their horns. And thank you so much for your question. Just like White Man, you're more than welcome to get in touch with us, whether it's myself, Lauren, whoever you would like to chat to or ask a question about the animals or the location or whatever you would like to know or comment on, please do so. We love hearing from all of you. Oh, I can't get over this. I know we see them often, but it's just such an adorable animal. So you can see they always have either one or a couple of females close to the creche. Of course, it's not very practical if each and every single female were to stand by a baby that wants to rest. So there will be a teacher in the kindergarten that takes care of everyone. And they actually make turns. It's brilliant how animals just sort of know, even with elephants, if there's a baby elephant, if mommy is just busy feeding or she's just busy with something, there will always be an auntie or a cousin or someone that is, just keeping an eye on the baby and making sure it's all right. And it's the same with the impalas. It's the same with a lot of herd animals. They really do look out for each other. And again, that begs the question, do they do it instinctively? Is it something that was taught over from generation to generation, or how do they know to do that? And also, how do they decide? Like Cedric saw the baboons yesterday afternoon. We also had them on the dam camera here. And, he was mentioning and talking about if the troop is on the ground, there will always be one or two or a couple of them in a tree keeping watch. So I wonder, do they have like a roster or a schedule or something, deciding, okay, well, tomorrow you are on watch duty, or how does it work? And that is really something I don't think we will ever really know or fathom even, because we will never know what's going on in these animals' minds.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Dewey, this is no time to be chilling. We need you up and at 'em. Now, as I mentioned earlier, hippos will just really take it easy in this sort of weather. Even though it seems cool to us, I can promise you it is still very hot and humid. So you will just be taking it easy, and then later on probably come out and most probably move to another water hole again. As we know, hippos do that. They are territorial. They move from water hole to water hole, so you will never always find them in the exact same water hole forever. Just want to scan around, see if we can see anything. I know Tristan had some southern ground hornbills earlier on quarantine, so hopefully they make their way here as well, and we can also observe them for a little bit, as they are super fascinating birds. Joey, you are saying it looks like quite a peaceful morning in Djuma. Yes, indeed. I see our hornbill is still... This is a very good husband. Yes, probably I would guess for the last month. You know, just been in and around this area. Of course, he's got his wife and the little ones in the tree. I don't know if there's just one chick or how many there are. But you can see the hornbill is just... it's a little bit tricky to see him now. And of course he left. As they always do when we want to make them a feature. You know, they just get camera shy. Which is fine. But yes, Joey, absolutely such a peaceful morning here in Djuma. And it's just awesome, you know, with all of the bird calls we can hear. The kingfishers every now and again, the doves, the orange-breasted bushshrike. Just absolutely peaceful. And this is, you know, what Escape to Nature is all about. We just sit back, enjoy ourselves, and enjoy everything around us. And we've got a raptor of some sort. Not making my life very easy with this bleak background. You know, that always is the tricky thing when you are busy birding. You need spectacular light, specifically when it comes to the raptors, because you can easily mistake them for something else. And it is a little bit difficult now, the angle obviously that he's in, but obviously the obscuring branches as well. Just want to see if I can see the eye color, because my first initial thought was perhaps a brown snake eagle. If you agree with me, if you differ with me, please do let me know. But as I said, it's just making it a little bit tricky with this, with the branches. But my guess would be a brown snake eagle. And as the name suggests, they feed off snakes, lizards, all sorts of different things. And they are really, you know, just like any other raptor, or even vultures that are predominantly scavengers. They have impeccable eyesight. Yes, it's a brown snake eagle. That's pretty cool. I want to show you where he's situated in this tree, which is making it a little bit difficult for us. There you can just see the silhouette. That is always, I think that was one of my biggest frustrations, you know, when you would specifically go out with people that love birds on safari. Because even though summertime is brilliant for birding, due to the ever-changing weather, you know, a lot of the times you can have a grey background or one that is not really excellent. And as I say, specifically with your bigger birds of prey, it can be very tricky to then identify the bird if you can't see the eye color, the beak, the talons. Linda, you are asking a rather interesting question. You would like to know if birds of prey that specifically feed on snakes do not get affected by the venom. So no, birds are really resilient. for the most part. And, you know, snakes are also like butterflies and, you know, bugs and stuff like that. A lot of them will have very bright coloration, and that generally, you know, sort of warns the bird. But that being said, as I say, the birds, a lot of them are really, really resilient. Even something like a honey badger, you know. Honey badgers sometimes eat some of the most venomous snakes that have highly venomous venom. Highly dangerous venom. And no, which we called neurotoxic venom. But no, it may affect them for a little bit, and then they just carry on with their day. I've actually seen a southern ground hornbill, which of course, as we know, are mostly ground dwelling. I've seen one eat a black mamba, and it literally just sat a little bit, like it was just resting, having the having the body deal with it, and then it carried on after that. So no, animals are really, really clever when it comes to these things. Just wanna, this one cloud that's moving is gonna make it difficult again. If we can just have the blue clouds, that would be brilliant. Or the blue sky, I should say. Hopefully. I'll keep an eye on this raptor of ours. As I said, it's a little bit tricky now with the obscuring branches that we have, but at least now we know where he is, what he's doing. For now he's just chilling, as you can see. But hopefully it will come down to make a kill of some sorts. Geez, now you can almost not see it. Just see the slight silhouette. That is so cool. I've been hoping and, you know, really waiting to see a bird of prey for quite some time. So I'm very, very happy that we got to see this one. And as I say, hopefully today, you know, he will make a kill or hunt something. And if we're lucky, he will do it where we can see him at least. Or even if he just, you know, moves. If he moves to a spot where we don't have obscuring branches, that we can just properly appreciate his beauty. Seems like our creche has gotten up, gotten active. Let me just see. Yes, they are out and about. The tiny ones have woken up for the day. They too are now going to start feeding. Move around. Ooh, that one is feeding on mommy's milk. At least it was. Definitely alert about something. They seem to be looking, most probably be hearing the humans. hello, Nyala. These impalas are like, what are you? Why do you look like that and why do you have horns? What are you? Nancy, good morning. You are saying the snake, the snake. the eagle has too much tail to be a snake eagle, perhaps a juvenile. Possible, yes. I did cross-reference to both my Bush Bible in my bird section as well as my bird app. And I think it's definitely a brown snake eagle. It might still be, not fully adulted yet, but it's definitely a brown snake eagle. But as I say, sometimes, you have to double check and double check and double check again, specifically with raptors in the summertime, as they have different plumage, with regards to being an adult in comparison to being a juvenile. Sometimes their plumage differs from breeding season to non-breeding season. But we can take a look again if you like. I do not mind at all. As I say, we are here to, discuss things and interact with one another. And it's not just about me telling all of you, this is what it is and that's the law. Believe it or not, we are often incorrect as well as naturalists. So if you do differ from me, please tell me. I also am here to learn every single day, which is the beauty about I can't say job, about my everyday life. But we shall see if he's still around. It's just horrible with this white cloud behind now. And as I say, the branches are not helping us as well. So, but definitely with, he keeps moving like every time I want to reference to the eye. But the eye definitely is that yellow eye with a black pupil. The beak, you can see, is very sharp in front. It sort of curves over the bottom bill or the lower bill. And I do hear what you're saying about the tail, but I'm cross-referencing now in my Bush Bible and on my bird app. I would definitely call it a brown snake eagle, and I would even think it's an adult. But again, if you do not agree with me, of course you are welcome to let me know. It is tricky with the light as well as the branches as well. But definitely the eyes, the beak, and the talons are definitely those of a brown snake eagle. Come on, bird. Even if it stays in the same tree, and just comes out from behind the branches. But of course, these animals don't know that we are observing them and appreciating them in their full majesty. So he has no idea that we can't properly see him right now. That's fine. You're all right. We'll just stay with him another minute or two, see if we get lucky perhaps with the focus or perhaps the bird moving. I think he's fairly comfortable where he's at right now. Hopefully, you will move, bird. I do believe you will get lucky at the water. I just have a feeling you should go there, see what you can find. But I'll just take one last look around here at Gowrie Dam, see if anything else has popped up, and if not, we can have a look at one of our other water holes. I always like to, specifically when the weather is like this, just to pay extra attention, to these open areas behind the actual dam wall, because you never know what might be lurking around. Of course, it is a little bit hot, but that being said, you truly never know what might be coming to the water, what might be on the hunt, or just keeping an eye on the impala. And I'm still awaiting some answers with regards to the impala. How long do they gestate? How long are they pregnant for? And how many tiny ones will a female have at once? You're more than welcome to send me your answer. Sheesh, that one oxpecker is really getting in there. Yes, I thought you might get irritated. This female seems rather round still. Not sure, she might potentially still be pregnant. And then yesterday someone asked, what is a good fire extinguisher? So this bush we are currently looking at, that's called a magic quarry, and it's got a very waxy layer on top of it. They are brilliant for when you have fires on your reserve or on your farm, as they do not catch alight because of that wax on them. But of course you would take quite a few bunches of bushes to, if you've got a serious fire, of course. Alrighty, well, it seems fairly calm now in Djuma, so I think what we will do is let me just take one last look-see, just to make sure. Fairly peaceful. But I think we'll head on over to the beautiful Ukukuyo and see what is happening there. It's been fairly peaceful here as well. As we saw earlier on, it's going to get rather hot today. 37 degrees Celsius is a scorcher. But if you are used to that kind of weather, it's not too bad. But hopefully, that will encourage the animals to come down for a drink. Hopefully some elephants. Of course, yesterday, as soon as Escape to Nature was done, we had 2 elephants that rocked up, as they always do. I really I swear they listen to us, and then they're like, and she's off air, let's go. But hopefully we'll see some elephants today here at Ukukuyo. That will be rather lovely. And perhaps, if we're lucky and if Mother Nature is really in a good mood and wants to treat us today, it will be the big herd with all of the babies. But we shall see. Beggars can't be choosers. We just enjoy absolutely everything, appreciate them, and observe whatever we can. We've got an oryx, a wildebeest. They're definitely listening to something, because you can actually hear the guinea fowl vocalizing in the background. That I can't do it now. Let me try again. Nope, my whistle is broken today. But you can hear the guinea fowl in the background. So I think these animals might be listening out for that, as guinea fowls can often also be generally good indicators of predators, or something that is up or happening. But it does seem like it's deeper into the tree line. The animals are definitely paying attention. Well, the 2 animals that we can currently see. But as I say, it's definitely deeper into the tree line. We can try and have a look, but we most probably won't see too much. Just bear with me. Sometimes it's good just to double check to see if you can perhaps see a movement or something in the tree line. But I wish we could get into that tree line and see what is happening in that mysterious forest. Goodness. Good morning, Kolias. Daniela, good morning. You are saying the gestation period of impalas are 6 to 7 months. Woohoo! You got it correct. Thank you so much for for your answer. Yes, impalas gestate for approximately 195 days, which amounts to 6 to 7 months. So it's not too long of a gestation period. And of course, generally they just have one lamb. There has been records of... Sorry, I thought I saw something. There has been records of 2 lambs at a time, but generally that is not the case. For the most part, they just have one baby. And if you are only now joining us on Escape to Nature and wondering what nonsense is Lisa talking about today, we are talking about baby animals. I'm going to put it out there. Hopefully we'll see a lot of baby animals. And hopefully it will bring a lot of baby energy for us today at our different locations. So we'll just be chatting about the gestation period, the bonds they have, how they sort of recognize their mothers, and not just necessarily the mammals. We can also chat a bit about the birds. And as always, if you have a question for me or if you want to quiz me on something, please do. I promise you, I do not know remotely everything, and I will never remotely know everything. As naturalists, we always learn every single day. Wildebeests, where are your babies? These animals are, I don't know, they've got a weird formation today. They are all really spread out. I'm not quite sure what is happening. There's definitely something happening. You can hear the guinea fowls are constantly now carrying on, and you can see the wildebeests and the other animals are definitely also paying attention to that. But what it is, I cannot tell you.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Just bear with me. I'm just trying to, make sure when we have something in frame that there's no movement out in the back or anything. As always, I am hopeful. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out what the fuss was about, even though it has calmed down now, but the animals are definitely still listening. And while I do that, I'm gonna send you back to Lauren to see what she's up to.
We've come across a beautiful herd of zebra. Madikwe's second most iconic animal after the elephants. Really, they are everywhere. Such a nice animal to spend time with. Very relaxed here at Madikwe. Really wouldn't ever describe them as skittish. And a lot of the females are very, very pregnant, and lots of... Yes, you are right, everyone. There is supposedly a lion there. So you are very right to be on edge. I'm just also looking where they are looking, because there is a lion. We are going to check on them in just a moment. We just wanted to stop and look at the zebra first. And there was a discussion yesterday about weaknesses in animals, and it really got me thinking. Another can of worms. And I think, yes, I think every animal has a weakness. But I wouldn't really use the word weakness, if that makes sense. I don't, even lions, even the sort of kings, even elephants, I think every animal has its strength. Every animal has its superpower that allows it to fit into any ecological niche, whether you're in the sky, on the ground, whether you're small, whether you're big. But I think absolutely, even lions will have weaknesses. We might not be able to pinpoint what they are from a human perspective. But if you think of lions, you think of them being the kings of the jungle, you think of them being super because they're so muscular, they're the biggest of all the cats out here, apex predator. But actually, they are incredible at smelling, using chemical communication, and hearing. But their eyesight is very weak in comparison to many other organisms out here. Now, I have sort of went into depth of eyesight before, and you measure eyesight in cycles per degree. So in terms of many examples across the animal kingdom, the current record, I think, for the highest cycles per degree is the wedge-tailed eagle of Australia, and that's 138. So in terms of vision, that raptor is just excelling across the board. Davy, what have you got on your top? Davy's covered in mud. I don't know what he's been up to. I don't know if I want to know, but you're covered in mud, dear. And so 138, that is hugely massive, sort of incredible eyesight. Then if you think of octopus, they have 46. That's also said to be quite good eyesight. Giraffes, 27. Horses, 25. So I would imagine that would be quite similar to zebra, but I'm speculating here. Cheetahs, who are said to have really good vision during the day, come in at 23 cycles per degree. Then, when you think of lions, come in at 13 cycles per degree. That is only 3 above the threshold for humans. The human threshold to be registered legally blind is 10 cycles per degree. Lions are only 3 above that at 13. So I'm not saying lions' eyesight is bad. It's just definitely not that strong in comparison to so many other organisms that I just listed. And that is because they don't need their eyesight. So it's not necessarily a weakness per se, but it's definitely not a strength. And in order for all animals to sort of play the big part in the evolutionary arms race, the Red Queen and all of that, there has to be something that's not as strong. Therefore, in English, we would say weakness. Because therefore, they need to constantly change, constantly adapt. Things will get better, things will get weaker. Things will get stronger. That's constantly happening across the animal kingdom. If everything was static, everything was the same, and nothing changed, and everything was strong with no weaknesses, then the Red Queen would never be able to be at play, and there would never be an evolutionary arms race. Species would not change. So that got me thinking, and I do think every animal, even lions, have their own sort of areas that are weaker. Maybe weakness is the wrong word. Even the strongest animal, even the biggest animal, even the greatest of all animals will have areas where they're weak in, for whatever reason. So I'm not saying by a long shot that lions are weak. They're absolutely not. They are the kings. But of course they're not perfect, because nothing in nature is perfect. Think of humans. Think of our wisdom teeth. Don't get me started on that. Do not get me started on wisdom teeth. I had the most awful time with mine. Really dreadful memories of wisdom teeth. Men have nipples, the optic nerve, the appendix. Nothing in nature, even within humans, is perfect. So therefore, I think I'm going to go with every animal does have a weaker area. In time, that may change, but as it stands, even lions will have a weakness. And just to put humans on that map, we come at about between 60 to 70 cycles per degree. That's where we are on that sort of scale. And think lions are 13. Tammy, you are welcome. It actually wasn't inspired by me. I just think it was being discussed yesterday during Escape to Nature, and it just made me think, animals must have weaker areas. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to evolve. They wouldn't really be able to change if everything was just pitch perfect. And if you think of evolution, I'm not talking about the theory of evolution, I'm just talking about animals evolving. It's obvious that animals and species have changed over time. I'm talking about that sort of level of evolution. And fish, even still to this day, have the genetic makeup to produce fingers. That is really weird when you think about it. They have the genetic machinery to produce fingers. It's actually really creepy. Very similar to mammals, but of course they just don't ever produce fingers because they don't need fingers. They use fins. But that genetic makeup, that machinery is still there. Another example of evolution not being perfect. It's not supposed to be. If you think, life on Earth actually began in the water. So when animals first moved onto land, they had to trade their fins for limbs. They had to change their gills for lungs. They had to adapt to a terrestrial environment. So there's obviously a lot of crossover there. And fish could technically still have fingers. Fish fingers. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think every species, every organism has a weak area or a weaker part? I wonder if that lion is still there. I'm not sure, but we definitely will check in a little bit. I imagine he will be sleeping. I would be terribly surprised if he was not. And you know, just touching back on fish, I know we're looking at zebra, but we're talking about animals in general. They're actually said to be the most highly evolved of all vertebrates. They have been evolving for sort of eons longer, if you like, than their terrestrial counterparts. But when most people talk about fish, we talk about them in a primitive way. So just because they've been around for a long time doesn't mean that they're the most primitive, right? Because although they have been around for a long time, they've been constantly evolving with life, moving with life, changing, adapting. The climate's changing, the world is changing, weather changes, seasons change, and animals adapt. They have to adapt, and therefore they are constantly changing. So just because fish are primitive doesn't mean that they actually are primitive. So that bias sort of assumes that those that stayed in the water and didn't move onto land stopped evolving. That's not true. Of course it's not true. Every organism, even from the tiniest mosquito that you can barely even see, just feel on your skin, to the largest of elephants, are constantly changing and adapting to their environment. Gotta never forget that natural selection sort of keeps what works and winnows the rest. It's gradual refinement, and it takes time. So maybe in 100 years' time, humans won't even know what is a wisdom tooth. Back in the day, they all talk about wisdom teeth. What is that? Is it a tooth that makes you wise? No, everyone, it's a tooth that gives great pain. We are just going to reposition. We're sort of in a very bizarre position right now, and the zebras are moving. So bear with us. There you go. That's a little bit better. It's just so lovely watching them all together graze. I would really love to see a zebra birth. I really would. Some of the females are ready to drop. That sort of seriously pregnant belly is starting to droop a little bit. You can just see when they're getting ready. Doesn't necessarily mean that labor is imminent, but it's happening. It's shifting to the very, very late stages of the gestation period. It would just be such a wonderful thing to see. This airstrip is fast becoming one of my favorite places. We're a bit limited right now on roads, but this is just full of life, always. Now, you know, for those of you who do look in the mirror at those wonderful washboard abs that you all have, I don't know what that feels like, but I'm sure you all have that segmented sort of iron board on your stomach. It's actually the rectus abdominis, and everyone has it. It's just sometimes it's buried underneath a little or a lot of adipose tissue. And basically that structure, that segmentation, if you like, of our body comes from fish. It was first laid down by fish. So the next time you're staring in the mirror after being at the gym, thank the fish. It's a wonderful book called Your Inner Fish that goes into great detail about stuff like that. Channel your inner fish, people. Okay, I think we're going to pop in and see if the sleepy lion is still there. You never know. But for now, we're going to send you guys over to Liam to say good morning.
And a very scorching welcome to Kariega, folks. My name's Liam, and we are sitting here at Scotia Waterhole where it's all happening. It is a lovely, warm, sunny day here, as you can see, and quite a beautiful diversity of creatures at the waterhole at the moment. A couple of eland, some of them even coming to rest. There's an ostrich getting its feet wet nicely here in the foreground. That has got to feel so good on a day like today. Just slipping your feet into some nice cool water. There's a couple of impalas, and then just out of screen, some resting giraffes. So all a buzz here at Scotia Waterhole in Kariega. How's everybody else doing today? How's things going where you are in the world? How's the weather doing by you? I'd love to know if I'm sharing such lovely weather. So just earlier on, the giraffe there's one giraffe approaching the water here now. Giraffe were taking up a bit of shade under this Scotia tree. Of course, the waterhole is named after the Scotia afra, which is one of the boerebean trees. Some of them have got flowers at the moment, which are attracting a fair number of birds, and it sometimes attracts certain browsers. Excuse me, folks. There were a couple of inyala as well. Not too long ago, I just saw somewhere up the drainage line. You can see in the background there is a Scotia with some flowers that are dropping, and it's quite a tasty treat for a lot of browsing antelope or even grazing antelope. Now, I was quite curious to see how the giraffe were taking up shade under that Scotia tree, because with that they create a very distinct browse line in the Scotias here in Kariega. And under that very Scotia we were just having a look at a moment ago, there is a weaver that's taken up a spot on the section of tree. Now, there's quite a few Cape weavers on the edge of Scotia Pan, and if anybody knows a weaver well, you'll know that they often will clear quite a few leaves from the tree, make the branches bare and exposed, and that will do a couple of things. It will possibly provide nesting material to line it with, but more importantly, it makes the nest much more visible, which some cases might seem counterintuitive because you wouldn't want to make your nest so obvious. It's the place you want to raise your chicks on or in. But for a male weaver, it's crucial that he's able to utilize that nest as a part of his courtship ritual. So the giraffe, through browsing on the Scotia, I'm just going to zoom in so you can have a nice look at this giraffe having a little bit of a drink. And so with the giraffe browsing heavily on these Scotias, it really clears up a lot of the leaves for the weaver. So in that Cape weaver rather fancied that distinct browse line that giraffes have created. And you can see his nest was up on the edge of where the leaves are, and we can quickly flit down and land on a bare exposed branch and sing to his heart's content as he attempts to woe any passing female. Very interesting way in which a giraffe comes down to drink. We were just talking about it just yesterday. How it is quite an exercise for a giraffe to do so. Nonetheless, it seems like this exercise seems very much worth it for this giraffe, licking its lips. Tasty, sweet, refreshing sip of water. Well, as things begin to get a little bit busier here, let's see what's going on in another waterhole in Namibia with Lisa.
Morning, Liam. Thank you so much. I'm glad you are having so much action already at your waterhole. We had a beautiful rhino. Ooh, that's that's lovely, rhino. He was just drinking water and is now moving on. So that behavior you just saw, that display, of course, rhinos are very, very territorial. So when they've defecated, they'll actually scrape their feet in the dung as a means of getting the scent on their feet as well. And then that way they can simultaneously mark their territory while they are walking around as well. But I'm super, super stoked that we saw a rhino this early on in the day here at Okokweyo. As I say, it was brief, it was drinking some water, and then it started moving along. But that is what we will find, on specifically hot days. Animals will come to the water hole. Those that wallow, those that stick around the water hole will do so, but others just come for a quick drink and then carry on with their day to go get food or some shade, shelter, depending on the animal and of course, what mood they are in. But luckily, I got to show you our unicorn for the day. Now we just need the elephants also to come say hello. Heffalumsies. Hi, kudus. So, of course, we are chatting about babies today and the bonds they have with their mothers and the incubation and the gestation periods, etc., etc. So, one of the birds we often see here in Okokweyo, of course, is the pied crow. So, I would like to know from all of you, because as I said, we tend to just focus on the mammals and the bigger things and all of that. I would like to know from all of you, what is their incubation period and how many eggs do they generally lay, the pied crow, which we often hear the the loud, eerie birds that we often see and hear in Okukoyo. If you know, let me know. And then we can chat a bit about them. Morgan is saying that is her favorite sound now, or their favorite sound now on MC Show. I will get you guys a podcast or something to listen to, because that is honestly a horrible sound, but thank you so much.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Hopefully everyone has calmed down again. I have also, just as an update, checked the whole tree line, as far as I could. I could not see anything, and the guinea fowls have also relaxed. So maybe there is a predator around, that may have just scurried past them. As I said, could have been a snake that they were alarm calling for. But as always, we will keep an eye on everything to make sure we are not perhaps missing out on anything exciting. But speaking of lurking around and predators that might be around, I would love to hear from Lauren and Davy if they did in fact find their lion. So let's head over to Madikwe.
Sadly, our gorgeous lion has gone flat. He was up for a long time in that magnificent mane. Never seen anything like it, but sadly now he is snoozing. They do call this male lion Blondie, and I think in most lion coalitions there's a Blondie, there's a dark mane. But they do call him Blondie. When he does sit up, if he sits up again, his mane is just unbelievably fabulous. Looks like he's got a full tummy there. And he's on his own. Coalition mates not around. That's very normal for male lions. They really appear to enjoy one another's company, but then they will also go off on their own. Excuse me, everyone. Bless me. I think it's important, although we talk about top of the food chain and apex predator, I think it's important to notice that he will have his struggles too. Life out in the wild is not easy. He will be adapted to his own world and how he sees his world, not how any other species sees their world. Oh, come on, Blondie. You were looking so beautiful just moments ago. Carol, I sure do hope so. I believe that he does. The sleep cycles of different animals differ, that's for sure. But I do believe that lions do go into a deep sleep. There is an element of always being aware, but to be honest, they will go into a deep sleep. There's also a fair bit of science that looks into mammals dreaming. And dreaming is obviously different from deep sleeping. And it's been proven that a lot of animals are said to dream. It's obviously such a difficult thing to prove, because even though I used to watch my dog and she used to always go into this deep sleep, snore and run. Her little paws would be running. Obviously she's not actually running, she's sleeping, but it's almost as if she's running. And we always thought that she's dreaming of chasing squirrels or whatever dogs dream about. So I do believe to a certain extent that a lot of animals, let's just stick to mammals this now, do dream. But again, it's really difficult to prove. What they dream about, we shall never know. Is it mate? Is it the love of their life? Is it food? Is it power, dominance, strength, fighting? Who knows what they dream about? But it's definitely interesting to think about. So yes, Carol, I believe he does go into a deep sleep, but just like all of us, there are different cycles to our sleep. It's not sort of, although I feel like I'm in a deep sleep the whole night, that's not the case. Especially when some people have a Fitbit that actually monitors their sleep, and it tells you when you're going into your sort of deepest part and when you're restless, and gives you all sorts of information. And I believe how scientists do animals dream? So are they in that really deep part of sleep? And they look at it in two different ways. And the first way is on a physical level. So their physical behavior during different phases of the sleep cycle, like what I was just mentioning, twitching, running. I'm sure many of you have had pets that do that. So they look at the behavior of the animal on a physical level. And then secondly, I believe that they look at, it's more sort of a brain scan where they look at when the animal is sleeping, how their brain is reacting to different things. But that's all we can really peer into when it comes to dreaming, that's for sure. Of course, our deepest sleep is said to be our REM sleep, rapid eye movement. So there are ways to study it. But yes, I think lions definitely do go into a deep sleep. I used to suffer from terrible nightmares, really, really terrible, reoccurring nightmares. And in the dream, I would be aware that I was having the nightmare, but I couldn't get out of it. And sometimes if I was able to wake myself up, I would always go to the bathroom or stand up and have some water and just wake myself up so that I can get out of the dream and go back to bed and get into a new dream. And I would always just go back into the same dream at the same point. But luckily that's changed of late. I no longer seem to suffer from these terrifying nightmares. There's all sorts of chemical and electrical activity in the brain. So I think as long as scientists can study that in an animal, then they can sort of decipher how deeply an animal is sleeping. Now, I mean, look at Blondie here. Are you really not going to show everyone your fantastic mane? I'm guessing that's a no. That's a good question, Carol. I love these questions that just make you think a little bit deeper. Teddy, you can break that question down into different levels. Biologically, yes, I believe they do. It's very similar to human males who can produce sperm until ripe old age. Whereas obviously for females, especially humans, that's not the case. Human females are not able to produce healthy, viable eggs at a ripe old age. Normally there's a sort of peak reproductive point for females, where it's really not the same for males. And that's based on the fundamentals of the different biology. However, lions are mammals, and I believe that biologically they can continue to produce sperm until they die. However, will he be able to, in terms of not his physical ability, he'll never lose that ability, that's deeply ingrained within him, but will he get the chance? So with a lion, they live for their prime. They live for those years that they are dominant. They are pumping with testosterone. They've got their territory. They've got their coalition. They've got their prides. They're mating. They're mating with any female that comes into estrus. And of course, they're fathering cubs. That's the essence of a male lion. But sadly, like anything in life, it doesn't last for very long. Nothing lasts forever, right? And once their tenure is over, they've either been kicked out or they've sort of walked out and left, they may not get that chance to mate with a female again. It may happen if a female leaves her pride and goes on a bit of a wander. Females are promiscuous and they will mate with many different males in order to give the best chance and find the best genes for their offspring. That's all they care about. So if a random female was to leave her pride and go on a bit of a wander and come across this male, and he knows she's an estrus, then biologically they will absolutely mate. However, that's not entirely likely to happen. A random male is not going to be wandering in a territory of a coalition who's in their prime. So in answer to your question, Teddy, biologically, yes, they can produce sperm until death. Physically, as long as he's not injured, he probably absolutely can mate. That's not going to stop him. But will he get the chance? I doubt it. Once they're past their peak, it's very difficult to get access to females. That's why they've really got to make the most of it. It's beautiful, the transformation of a lion from that sort of really awkward young sub-adult male look where they're cute, but they're also not as cute as they were at a cub. They're sort of getting that bum fluff, stubble and mohawk mane, but when they really transform and grow into themselves, is one of the most beautiful transformations. So peaceful just sitting here, chilling next to an animal who's also chilling. James, it's quite a tricky question to answer without showing you a diagram. I do have one on my phone, but I don't have a physical diagram to show you, unfortunately. So you are going to have to sort of bear with my terrible descriptions, but it's a process. It's not a case of a lion waking up one morning and has the most gorgeous mane sprouting from the top of his head. But normally sub-adults or mature cubs, whatever you want to call them, anywhere between 1 to 2 years. Normally once a mammal is over 1 year, you say sub-adult. So no longer a cub, but they're also not an adult. So once they're between 1 to 2 years, you will notice they'll absolutely still have bare shoulders, a really smooth face, and very, very little forehead hair. I mean, maybe the smallest of mohawks, but really there's not much going on there. And generally speaking, they estimate between 10 to 30% of the nose will be black. Then once the sub-adults reach between 3 to 4 years, for me, that's when you really start to see a change. You will start to see quite a obvious mohawk on the forehead or the crown of the head. Hair will slowly start to be crawling down to the shoulders, but it won't reach the shoulders just yet. And they'll start to develop that, what I call bum fluff. I don't know if that's appropriate, but you know that sort of stubble that a teenage boy gets? Not quite a beard, but it's wiry hair starting to come through. So they'll look like they have a little bit of a hairy face. And they're said anywhere between 30 to 50% of the lion's nose is black. Then, boom, 5 to 6 years. Ugh, that's when it looks like this guy here. He will have a mane. It will be classified as a mane. The shoulders will be filled in. The forehead will be covered. It won't really be a mohawk anymore. It'll be a complete head of hair. And 50 to 70% of the nose is said to be black. And then, of course, 7 years and older, the mane sort of really reaches down all the way down the back. Shoulders are completely covered. Nose can be up to 100% black. And the face is just covered in hair. But at this point, they're getting to the end of their peak, and that's when you will notice a lot of scarring, notches in the ears, heavily worn down teeth maybe start to yellow. So those sort of features are what you look for in lions to gauge the age. but I think that might have been a little bit easier if I've had a diagram to show you. So I do apologize, but there definitely are features to look for. And testosterone is said to obviously play a huge part in the development of the mane. And the more testosterone, the sort of thicker and darker the mane will be, which females always prefer, apparently. I'm not a lion, but science says they do. I guess I should have known that our lion would be sleepy, but it's just nice to see him all the same. We heard him calling this morning. Oh, hello. He's starting to get the sun on him a bit. I think he'll move soon because it's getting really hot. You can see the butterflies dancing around, the birds are calling. So I think for a moment or two, let's just sit and enjoy this. Thank goodness our boy is awake. Finally, he's awake. I knew he was going to get too hot, but we're just going to reposition slightly for that wonderful antenna. I just didn't want to wake him up previously. So Darby, like this?
A little bit more.
A little bit more. Okay. The antenna is important as much as it annoys me. It's for the radio system, so we're not going to touch it or tamper with it, but it's incredibly annoying. Hello, boy. Oh. It's going to look for shade. I don't actually think we'll be able to follow him. It's very thick here, lots of sickle bush. And we got 2 flat tires yesterday. Not 1, but 2. Yes, you can imagine. It was a great day. And we're not going to go off the beaten track. Can't afford to get another flat tire. So I think that is our sighting with Blondie over, I'm afraid. But it was nice to see him. See him put his head up. He really is such a magnificent male lion, honestly. That's just that blonde hair. I think it'll get darker. He's still not as old as the other one. I'm just going to figure out how to get out of here. Sicklebush everywhere. Sicklebush also gives slow punctures. Okay, we're going to bumble on, see what else we can find for you all now that Blondie has disappeared, and we're going to send you guys back over to Lisa and Okokoyo.
What a sighting, Lauren. Jeez, this time of day, I mean, even if it is just to find more shade, to see a lion active is always so special. I've just been observing these zebras in Okokoyo, and it's the funniest thing. You know when you yawn and it's contagious, and you they've literally been all standing here, and it's not the Vlegman grimace, it's literally yawning. And then as soon as one yawns, another one will start. Even I started yawning eventually. I think it's due to the heat. You know, when you are just chilling in the sun, you tend to get very lazy and tired. But it was literally the funniest thing. And then every now and again, the oryx would chase them around. But it's literally, they'll just stand and they'll all start yawning. And because initially I thought, okay, well, it's the Vlegman grimace. You know, they must be picking up on something. But it was, they were yawning. So as soon as one starts, then the rest will follow. I had a good laugh now with these zebras. And as you all know, Quizmania is definitely on our heels. It's fast approaching, and I hope that you all have been brushing up on your knowledge. So for those of you that have entered with your teams, please do send us an email with your team name, your confirmation of the team numbers, and you can send that to quizmania@wildearth.tv. Just so that we make sure we've got everyone and everyone is in fact entered. I do think it is going to be a lot of fun. It really is going to be. From what I've seen, you know, when we just have our informal quizzes on Escape to Nature, you all really do like to test your knowledge and see how much we actually pay attention on Escape to Nature and the different safaris and everything. So definitely looking forward to that. But please, if you have entered, just make sure you do send your team name and team number to our email address, just so that we can make sure we are not overlooking anyone or missing out on anyone. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. I want to have a look, see if this zebra approaching has a foal. No, it is a foal, but it's from last season. I thought it might be a Nunu, but it is not a Nunu. Hopefully one of these days, all of these babies, because we haven't seen a springbok baby, we haven't seen a wildebeest baby, we haven't seen an impala baby. So still quite a few animals that will be giving birth, hopefully one of these days. We have seen 2 zebra babies, 1 oryx baby. So, oh my goodness, really? Jeez, these oryxes are rude today. I don't know what happened between the zebras and the oryxes. Apparently there's some sort of a tiff going on. So, of course, we are chatting about animals and their babies today, and even birds and the different incubation periods, etc., etc. And the question that I asked was, what is the incubation period for pied crows, as well as how many eggs do they lay? And I believe it's Picky. You said that they lay 1 to 7 eggs. And the incubation is 18 to 19 days. You're the winner! Woohoo! If the rest of you also got it correct, thank you so much. As always, I really love, and again, I love to ask questions and talk about animals that we don't do every day. Because you tend to just focus on one animal, the more that you see them. And of course, the pied crows, we do hear them often here in Okokoyo. We see them often, but we don't talk about them often. I always just say how annoying they are. So it's always good, just to not overlook anyone. To make sure we remember all of these animals, because all of them always have a role. They have a purpose. They've got some sort of link in the chain of the ecosystem. So definitely important to talk about all of them. But thank you so much, Pucky, and for those of you that also got it correct, thank you so much for playing along as always. We will make it a little bit trickier as we carry on and go along. But I won't be too hard on all of you today. Oh my goodness, that one oryx has serious issues. Dude, just calm down. It's a huge water hole. You can all be friends. Lots of dynamics. How funny are these 2 zebra that are in the water? It looks like one zebra with 2 heads, if you look quickly. Oh wow, it's 3 zebras. That's a rather odd picture. One of my favorite photographs that I took ever probably was of giraffes that were necking, and of course one of them was interfering. And at one stage they all stood so perfectly, like it looked like one giraffe with 3 heads. It's always so fascinating, when these animals do stand together like that and group together like that. And again, for us it's confusing, but can you just imagine how confusing that must be for a predator, even if it is just for a brief moment to confuse it. It definitely helps. Alrighty, next animal for the day when it comes to the babies, and it's one we have not yet seen the babies of. I really do hope we do one of these days. But how long are wildebeest, the blue wildebeests that we see in Ukokoyo, not the ones that we see in Amakala with Andrew and the other naturalists, the blue wildebeests, how long do they gestate for? And you are more than welcome to tell me in days. You don't necessarily always have to say the months, you can also say the days. And what color are the babies? Oh, this must just feel brilliant when it's this hot and humid, just like we saw with the ostrich earlier on in Kariga with Liam. It's just like us, you know, when it's hot, even if you just put your feet in a swimming pool or in a puddle of water, it really instantly cools you down. I remember my previous lodge where we were working in Greater Kruger. So just like Juma also got very, very hot, just like here in Ukokoyo as well. Can easily reach 40, 45 degrees Celsius on an average summer day. And when our guests arrived to the lodge, you know, we would give them a cloth that was like, had essence on it and smelled lovely with a little flower on it and everything. But the cloths were warm. So the one day one of the guests were just like, are you insane? You should be giving us cold cloths. But even just that, you know, helps so much. When you've just got like a cold cloth on your neck on safari, I'm sure you've seen with the other naturalists as well. I know Tess often does it every now and again, you know, just putting something wet on your pants or on your shirt or whichever way you can actually cool down. And just like these animals, you know, they have to do absolutely everything to stay cool, to stay hydrated, and to make sure they are not wasting energy by trying to cool themselves down. And what better way to do it, like the oryx and the springbok, just to literally get into the water, drink water, and by means of doing that, just making sure you stay cool, you're saving energy. Just want to see what this one animal is. Not too sure. Is it? Oh, I thought I got lucky with a baby oryx, but alas, it's just a very light springbok. Quentin, you would like to know, do the oryx also get spooked by the elephants when they come to the water? Yes, definitely. I mean, oryxes are not small animals, but elephants are obviously large animals, specifically when they are arriving in a massive herd with a lot of members. So definitely, even something as massive as an oryx can definitely not necessarily be afraid, but I think it's definitely a thing of respect for the elephants. They realize, okay, well, this thing's really massive, so let me just make way, get out of its way. And then generally they just wait around until the elephants have finished, and then they'll come back to the water. But definitely, even though the oryxes are very big animals with very big horns, even they have that necessary profound respect for nature's largest land mammal. Just gonna have a look around, see if we've got any interesting birds. Oh, and just as an update, unfortunately our brown snake eagle took off in Juma. I did not see where it took off to, but hopefully it will come back, you never know. And you know, when we look beyond the water hole, this in itself really just shows you, even though it's very open, this sort of area we find here in Ukukweyo, there could literally be a line behind that grass, or in the tree line, or somewhere here there's also a massive tree. I often think, you know, what is in that tree? What might be happening in that tree? Oh, there we are. Just imagine, there could be a leopard in that tree, just chilling. It might just be out of reach for us. What are you doing, Springbok? Yes, you. Just standing still. You're not regurgitating or perhaps just listening what's going on around you. So the next animal that I was asking about, also a very common animal that we see in a lot of our locations, is the blue wildebeest. It's one of my personal favorite animals. I enjoy them. But how long are they pregnant for? And what color is the baby? And you're more than welcome to also let me know, why is the baby a different color? Just smelling who was here. You know what I also wonder? Of course, you know, wildebeests can pick up on each other's scents and all of that, but I wonder if, you know, it walks past, like where the rhino defecated earlier on. I wonder if it walks past that and will know, okay, well, this was a rhino or this was a male rhino, whatever the case is. Because I do think surely they must know to some extent, because they definitely, when they smell lion scat or, you know, leopard that's urinated and marked its territory, they definitely know that smell and that smell is dangerous. But I wonder if they can also identify with the other animals. Oh, this was Robbie the rhino. He must have been here earlier. Oh, Willie the wildebeest. But again, you know, we will never truly know everything about these animals. Just want to see what those birds are. It seems like crows. Frederick, hello there, and you would like to know how is the hearing of birds. So, rather good, actually. Of course, they've got impeccable eyesight, but when you listen to the different calls that they have as well, definitely very, very good hearing that birds have. And of course, they have different vocalizations. You know, just like a lot of other animals. Something might be a mating call, something might be an alarm call, something might just be casual chatting. So definitely very, very good. And especially, as I say, when you do listen to the different bird calls that they have, it's definitely just like with their plumage, you know, a lot of birds are super colorful, very awesomely patterned. They've got wonderful eyesight. So generally, you know, when we think about these sort of things, when it comes to animals, you'll refer to those things. But again, that is just, and this is something that Lauren also talks about often, is just how we interpret it and how we understand it. Remember, we are not remotely on their level. Not with our senses, not with our intelligence. We tend to think we are. But of course, you know, what we refer to as intelligence and what they refer to as intelligence is not at all the same thing. But from our interpretation, you know, with that sort of thing, the different alarm calls they have, the different mating calls they have, vocalizations, etc., the common thing for us to think would be that, okay, well, they must have brilliant hearing. And even though we've got research and scientists and everything that is just evolving and improving literally by the day with the help of technology, we will never, ever, ever know everything. And that truly is, for me personally, that's the sad thing about humanity, is we tend to think we are these powerful, and I apologize for saying this, but these powerful gods, like we literally have this picture in our mind that we are these majestic beings that, you know, just can rule everything due to the money we have and the structures we have and the technology and weapons we have. If I were to challenge you to go live out here for a week, if I were to go myself, you know, I highly doubt that I will survive. I will not know what to eat. Yes, I'll know the basics, but I will not know what to listen for when it comes to, you know, the different calls or the different sounds that animals make when they walk. I will not know the different smells because my brain is not tuned into that. So we must be very careful, you know, when it comes to these things, just thinking that, oh, we are brilliant. Animals are stupid and animals cannot fend for themselves and they can't do this, they can't do that. One of these days it's going to come down to humanity versus nature, and then it's not going to it's going to be a way different picture, I think.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
I got very excited there for a moment. Can't see it if it's springboks. Most probably is springboks just to the right of the oryxes, but I thought it might be something else that was approaching. But sadly it's not. That's alright though. We are having a brilliant day here in the beautiful Okokoyo. Perfect weather. And good for the animals to come down to the water hole. I have to say that is definitely something Okokoyo never disappoints with. You know, the rhinos, the elephants, all of those are bonuses. But there is always something around this beautiful water hole. Michelle, hello again. Thank you so much as always for playing along. You are saying that blue wildebeests are pregnant for 8 to 9 months and the baby is a tawny or brown color. Yes, indeed, you are correct. So the reason for that is, and interestingly enough, if you look at something like a vervet monkey, for instance, vervet monkeys, the adults are that grey color, of course, but the babies are very, very dark. So the reason for their coloration generally, and again, this is just human interpretation, you know, this is what our common logic tells us. It could be for a complete different reason. But with vervet monkeys, for instance, because they are mostly found in trees, the babies being darker camouflage better in the shades of the trees, as opposed to the adults, you know, standing out very brightly with that grey-white color. Now with wildebeest, it's the same concept, obviously just vice versa. So with wildebeest being so dark, being diurnal mostly, active during the day, they tend to stand out a lot, you know, to something like a predator, for instance. But the babies being a very light or tawny color, they actually blend in better during the daytime with the grass and with everything around them. And then as they become older and they can fend for themselves even more, hopefully, they become darker in color. So thank you, Michelle, for playing along. I really appreciate it. It's so interesting, you know, this time of the year, just seeing the different animals with their different babies. Here at Okokoyo, we are still awaiting the babies. Even in Mashata, I have to say, yesterday we did see some impalas, but no babies yet. So it really does depend on the area you find yourself in, and even, you know, an area like Greater Kruger. Djuma and Pridelands will have their babies in different times as well. It's just like humans, you know, we can all have the same biology and anatomy and everything. But some of us just react to our circumstances and our group dynamics and everything a bit differently. So thank you for that one. Always interesting to learn about the animals. Yvette, good morning. You would like to know which predators will hunt the blue wildebeest here in Ukokoyo. So, if I'm being completely honest with you, I myself have not witnessed a hunt here in Ukokoyo, and even though I try to read up on it as much as I can, again, every day is different. For the most part, most probably lions, as lions do enjoy wildebeest. You know, it's not too big for them. Depending on the size of the pride, it can be a very sufficient meal. But even something like a leopard. Yes, we do find leopards here in Ukokoyo. I have not seen one yet myself. Yet. But definitely them as well, depending on the size of the leopard and then, of course, the size of the wildebeest. If it's a baby wildebeest, it will be a fairly easy kill. But it really does depend. I've also, on my previous reserve I worked at, I saw, I think it was 6 or 8 jackals. So the different couples that actually teamed up and they took down a baby wildebeest. For the most part, you know, we do know them to be predominantly scavengers, but they can also hunt. As I said, a lot of animals will now take advantage during this season. So even something like a baby oryx, but just like anything else, you know, when you take on the baby, you generally, for the most part, take on the whole group. So if you're going to try and hunt a baby oryx as a lion or even a baby wildebeest or anything like that, as far as those animals can, they will try to fend you off first and then they will try to get away. It really is incredible the sacrifices that animals and their moms and everything out here do make. For instance, lions. I don't know how much you know about lions that have their babies, but I think that's always something interesting to discuss. So you are more than welcome to let me know what you understand when it comes to lions having their babies, whether it's, you know, with regards to how long are they pregnant, how many cubs can they have, what happens when they have the cubs. You're more than welcome to send me your comments or anything, because lions is very fascinating when it comes to their babies. And I myself have not seen a baby lion in quite some time. Yes, of course, I've seen them on our wonderful drives at Amakala, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We've got the cubs. But for myself, I've not seen baby lions in quite some time. Oh, and of course we also have not seen a baby kudu yet. So still very much looking forward to that. Oh, don't fight. It's a little bit early for that. Alrighty, well, it seems fairly quiet here in Okokoyo. I will try to get the elephants to come and say hello to us. Hopefully they will come around midday because it's hot. But in the meantime, let us take a look at Mashatu and see what is happening there. It is still fairly quiet. We have not really had a lot of mammal action here in Mashatu. But as always, our quillias are ever present, making all the noise in the world. And our spur-wing geese have also come to say hello today. I suspect they might have moved off. I just want to take a little bit of a look around. Thought it might be better to have more than one pair of eyes when I do that. So if you see something, please do let me know. Oh, there you go. One of our spur-winged geese. As I say, if you do see something, I'm literally just scanning literally every tree, every open area, just to make sure. Come on, animals, come to the water hole. Eagle lover, good morning. I also love eagles. I don't know if you were with us. We saw brown snake eagle this morning. You are saying thank you for your interesting comments and narration. Thank you for enduring my my comments and singing and narration and nonsense talking. I really appreciate it. You guys truly are the best, always sticking it out with me despite us seeing either a lot of action or having some more peaceful days at the waterhole. So thank you so much. And while we are looking around for some animals, just a very, very kind reminder about the Tungana Fireside Chat. So while we do not know what has happened to Tungana, Wild Earth will be hosting a moving tribute to him. And of course, he's our beautiful male leopard who has not been seen in quite some time. So we would like to share the memories, the moments, everything that made him a special member of our family. So please do join us for this. And you're more than welcome to join Tristan and Ben on the 10th of December, which is tomorrow, at 8 p.m. Central African time. And they'll be celebrating and just reminiscing on the great times that we've spent with this beautiful leopard. So do join us for that tomorrow. I think it will be rather special. I think it's always special, you know, when you do chat to the naturalists and the community members that have, you know, spent so much time with these animals, like dark mane as well, and a lot of our other leopards as well. It's always good to get that sort of personal opinion and just memories from a naturalist. Let us see if we can actually see what's happening on this nest. So of course that is the nest of a southern-masked weaver. And they have been classified by many as one of the most organized or the best constructors when it comes to their nests. And when you look at this nest specifically, that thing is so perfectly weaved and constructed and everything, and it's literally on the edge or at the tip of a branch, and it doesn't fall off, you know, despite the rain, despite the wind and everything. Of course, when there's heavy weather, then generally sometimes you will find them having fallen off. But other times, it's just impeccable how, I almost want to say resilient, these nests are constructed. Alrighty, well, we are gonna go back to Ukokoyo and see what's happening over there. Still lots and lots and lots of animals. Ukokoyo really never does disappoint. Just want to see where my baby zebra is. Come on. He must be here somewhere, I believe it. Even, if it's just a normal baby zebra. But I would love to see my black fluffy foal again. My BFF. So please do scan them with me. Check the barcodes. See if you see the tiny fluffy one. That kudu is like, so, excuse me, sorry, can I just, excuse me? Sorry. It's like that awkward situation when you're like in a shopping center or public space and you're like, no, you go, no, you go, no, you go, no, you go. And then both of you continue going at the same time.
The elusive Tingana, Duke of Djuma, has not been spotted in many months, and so it is with heavy hearts that we must assume and accept that he is no longer with us. In honor of Tingana, we are hosting a fireside chat. Sign up to be an explorer and join Tess and Tristan on the 10th of December to commemorate Tingana's legacy, a striking leopard whose story captured our hearts.
what happened? Just want to see if I can have a look, see and see anything. Perhaps elephant. Yes! It's an elephant. Just one, but that is more than enough. I'm happy. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on, and it's, it's not that elephant being dramatic or purposefully being arrogant or bombastic or anything. I think elephants are very awkward animals. They definitely realize their size, but sometimes I think that they don't always mean to be so so heavy and awkward and just chase everything away. Other times they do, believe me. I think it's just literally a case of getting to a point and doing what you need to do. Like in this case, drink water or swim or whatever the case is. And again, even though the animals know it's not going to eat them or anything, they will be super, super cautious. It's a massive animal. You're going to make way for it. It seems like the zebras are reacting again, so it's either to this elephant or there might be another one coming. Generally, from what we see here in Okokoyo, it's, for the most part, it's either that group of 3 bulls or it is just one single bull. But he might also be a part of another herd, which is doubtful. This is an elephant we see rather often. And of course, it takes a lot of time, but you do slowly but surely get to know the animals. When you look at their tusks and their horn structures and all of that, for instance, the oryx I've seen with her baby, she's got a very interesting set of horns. The horns aren't actually straight going to the back, they sort of curve inward. So that is how I identify her. And the same with elephants, they've got tears in their ears, they've got different ear structures, they've got different tusk shapes. So you really, if you do spend time, which again, it does take a lot of time, but if you do spend time and just take a look at the animals and sort of get to know them, then you can actually tell which is which. Zoe, you would like to know, is it common to see elephant cows traveling alone? So this one is a bull. For the most part, no. Elephant females are very set on the herd and sticking with the herds. The bulls will break away as they mate with several females and, they go about, do their own thing. But this one over here is a bull. But for female elephants, never say never. You never know what's happened or what the circumstances around it was. But no, for the most part, elephant females or elephant cows are very, very set on sticking with the herd and of course protecting the whole herd, where elephant bulls, they sort of do tend to break away later on and do their own thing. Starbuck, you would like to know, do elephants not have hair at the end of their tails at Okokoyo? So they do have hair. You can see this one has hair at the tip of the tail. They definitely do have hair. And again, you know, elephants, lions, all animals is not necessarily, you know, differing from one reserve to another. Sometimes it's just one certain individual that has something that happened to it. Sometimes they are born without the hairs, you know, at all developing at the tip of the tail. Other times it might be something that actually happened to that animal. But this elephant definitely has... sorry, my controls are not loving me today. Sometimes they definitely can lose the hair at the tip of the tail, but again, you know, that wouldn't necessarily just be due to the elephants you find in Okokoyo or whatever the case is. It can be like we see some of the elephants in Mashatu. There's a herd of them that don't have tusks on the one side, all of them. And that is due to their bloodline probably, or their DNA. So this elephant definitely has hair at the tip of the tail. But yes, it does have hair. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to get my controls back on the camera. Ooh, there we are. Perfect timing. Got that nice splash. Of course, he's doing this just to cool off. Seal some. Because what they often do is when they do mud baths, when the mud actually lands on their skin, you know, it's a very thick layer often. So what will happen is on top it becomes dry, but inside it stays moist and cool. So that can continues to cool them down for, you know, the remainder of the day or at least a couple of hours. And then again, you know, our logic tells us that it probably smothers the insects, the parasites, everything that's annoying that elephant. But how do they know? Of course, you know, baby elephants see adults doing this, but how did the first initial elephant do this or know to do this? I think that would have been very fascinating to have witnessed way, way, way back. Just resting the leg when he's doing that, of course. Taking some weight off of his legs. And it's quite astonishing when you think about it, because it's a lot of weight to carry around. As an elephant, and they don't lie down when they are tired. They just switch off one side of the brain and just take a little bit of a rest break. But still, a 6-ton animal having to drink at least 200 liters of water a day, having to eat so much food every single day, and not really ever lying down when they are tired or when they want to save their energy. It's truly, truly impressive. And again, you can see he's not consciously or purposefully chasing any of the animals, out of their way. As I say, sometimes they do actually do that. But he's just moving along, carrying on with his day, and the rest of the animals immediately make way. So it's definitely just a respect thing. France. Sorry everybody, I would like to get closer to the elephant. My control are just not loving me today. My apologies. Elephants do stay long at water holes. Again, it depends on the day. It depends on the group dynamic. Is it one elephant? Is it a couple of elephants? Sometimes this specific elephant stays for a good 2 hours. So it really depends, we don't know what's going on in his life, what his mission is. Has he been to water before coming here perhaps? It really does depend. So sometimes they can stay at a water hole for really, really long. Other times it's just a brief sip of water, splash of mud, and then they carry on. So it really does depend. That elephant probably didn't stay too long because he might come back again later. This specific elephant I've seen, he'll... As soon as he comes midday, he tends to come back in the afternoon again as well. But again, I don't know what this elephant day has entailed so far. We don't know what journey he's been on so far. So it really can be, anything that influenced that decision now for having such a brief visit here at the water hole. Just bear with me, I will get us back to the waterhole in just a bit. See, we've got some wildebeest approaching from the mini. I wanted to say mini and minor. From the mini tree line. Just coming to the waterhole, just trying to see if they have a baby. And if not, I'm going to interrogate them. When is it happening? Alrighty, my beautiful people, while my camera is figuring its life out, I think let's go back to Moshato in the meantime and just see what's happening over there. Still a fairly peaceful day here, but you can definitely hear the quillias all around, so I will see if we can spot them, see what's happening. Jeez, that cicada is literally right somewhere, either on top of the camera or somewhere. It's a camera cicada or cicada. Alrighty, I'm going to try and look for some animals here in Moshato, and while I do that, Andrew would like to say hello to everyone all the way from Amakhala.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, almost afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve, where we are coming to you live from here in the Leeuwenbush Pan area, out in the Eastern Cape Province. It is so very warm today. It's about 40 degrees, 42 degrees Celsius right now. And there is a bit of a warm breeze at the moment as well, so I don't know if that helps or makes it worse actually, but yeah, my name is Andrew and I do have Mr. BK with me behind camera. Hope you're all doing well and you're comfortable watching us. We are definitely full of sunscreen. We've got plenty of water over here as well, and we are watching a lovely coexisting group of animals. So it's zebra, and we have some nice giraffe as well. There is a blesbuck hanging around here as well. I think he's just moved off actually. Shame. I think these animals have just had some water, hence the reason why they're in the open environment where it's pretty warm. And I'm sure later on, shortly actually, they'll head off towards a thicket and get some shade. There we go, look at that, that's actually quite nice. two very iconic animals of the bush, giraffe and then the zebra. There we go. Ooh, I see, I've just noticed those clouds on the horizon there. Definitely something forming. I don't know when the rain is expected, but after a very hot day like today, we can expect some rain to build up and then have some thunder showers in the near future. Okay, that giraffe is wanting to pick up something off the ground. I reckon it's probably a bone. Oh, Andy, thanks. Thanks very much for the warm welcome. Yeah, it's nice to be out, even though it is quite hot. It's nice to be out in the place that I call home, nature, the bush. And it's not often you get to see a naturalist with two hats on. I've got my normal sort of baseball style hat, and then I've got my bush hat on top of that. Oh, look at that giraffe playing with that bone. That's interesting. So we actually saw this yesterday as well. Maybe it's the same female that's doing it, although most of all the giraffes will do it at some point in their lives. It's going to probably fall out the mouth as it shuffles the bone along. Oh, it looks like it's going to fall soon. That is a big bone, let me tell you. I don't know what bone it is. That is actually a jawbone of something. Doop, on the ground it goes. Definitely this giraffe is looking to leach some calcium out of those bones that are found on the ground and get some nutrients in the form of calcium for the bones, the production of the bones, strengthening of the bones, and especially with the bulls, the strengthening of the ossi horns or ossi cones. it's actually interesting how far giraffes can actually journey, especially with the bulls. So bulls that are constantly in search of new breeding groups to breed with. I remember once when I did my tracking assessment, I had to follow a few species of animals. And one of them, the last one that we had to follow with an assessor, of course, was a giraffe. And it's just amazing how complex the trail becomes because, giraffes do feed a lot and they shift a lot. And sort of, it becomes very difficult. And we'll get to a certain section where we follow the giraffe for a long time into the thicket. And then you find that you become very confused by the tracks because there's a multitude of tracks on top of one another. This is giraffe sort of shuffling, looking for better places to browse. It becomes very, very confusing. And it took us about 3 hours. And I was lucky, way at the end, the assessor said, all right, we're not going to find this giraffe. It's obviously moved very, very far. But because we were able to sort of follow that trail, even though it was quite complex, we managed to pass the assessment quite well. Oh, look at this pregnant female. We noticed her this morning. Whew, she's going to give birth very, very soon. KG, hi there, thanks for that. So my top characteristic for me that makes a giraffe, I would say there's two. It's going to be their long neck, but as you move further down the body, it's definitely the way that they walk. Now next time, if you see giraffe, when you see giraffe, just watch how they walk. Now because their limbs are very, very long, it's not going to be ideal for them to alternate sort of the way they walk with their legs. So imagine the way a horse walks or an antelope walks, how they alternate the legs. Giraffes can't do that because it's going to cause the hooves to hit each other. Now watch that giraffe is walking there. So you find front and back on the same side move in harmony together and they just miss each other's hooves. And then the other side, the giraffe will also again left front and back will move at the same time, missing the hoof. See that? So there's quite a few animals that actually, not quite a few, there's not many animals that actually walk like that. So one is a giraffe, of course, the other is a camel, and then one is found in the Antarctic, and the polar bear. Even though it's quite hot today, these giraffes look quite comfortable actually. They're not showing any signs of overheating. I think a lot that has to do with it is constantly hydrating the body. So if there's fresh water around, then even though it's so hot, they still move around. But around 2 o'clock is going to be the hottest part of the day here. Maureen, yes, you are quite right. So their ears do move independently, and they will focus their ears towards wherever the sound is coming from. So either cock them forward, cock them back, or cock one back and cock one forward. So they do move independently. They don't have the biggest ears, so the sense of hearing is not bad. I would say, if 100 being the best, 100% being the best hearing possible, I would think giraffe's hearing is around 75%, around about there. But their strongest sense is going to be undoubtedly the eyesight, which is way up in the 90s, 95% if you use 100% as the best possible eyes. I would say around about 90. And if you have a look at their skull in relation to how big their eyeball is, you can sort of work it out for yourself that yes, this animal can see very well. The ears, quite small, and the nasal cavity, or the nose, it's average size. It's actually incredible, their eyesight. They can see movement for such a long distance away. And often we watch giraffe carefully, and you watch that they stop doing their natural activities and they're just staring, like with BK, and it was a few weeks ago or months ago when we uncovered a sighting of lions just through the behavior of the giraffe. They were all staring and all focused in one direction, and we knew, okay, there's definitely a big carnivore around here. We scanned with our binoculars for about 10 minutes, and we found that one lioness laying down. And that young zebra being nursed a little bit there. This is beautiful. Two different species actively hanging around one another. Gary, afternoon, or almost afternoon. I would imagine they are. Yes, I would think they are. They do have quite a long gestation period in relation to the size. So I should imagine that when they are born, because they are born what they call, let me just get this right, precocial. So when they're born, because of the longer gestation period, when they're born, almost immediately they are ready to stand up, and shortly after that run with the adults. And of course they do need to drink the mom's milk to grow nice and big, but shortly after birth, by a few weeks, the young foals will start eating grass. So yes, they'll be born with molars to a degree. And I think the wolf tooth will take some time to grow, which is a well-developed canine in the mouth, which especially with stallions, they're going to use that to fight one another for harems. Hey, very busy this late morning. Most of them are busy feeding and browsing. The others are starting to stand really still, and the eyes are slowly shutting. So I see they are taking a bit of a knock in this heat now. But wildlife are adapted for it. They know that it's going to be very cold at some point and very hot at some point. And if they can't get through that, then essentially they're not going to be strong enough for Mother Nature. Only the strong can survive. That's Mother Nature's rule. You either have what it takes or you don't. And if you don't, usually something will happen. Either sickness or predators will utilize that opportunity. But I must say, giraffes are actually quite tough animals. Very, very tough animals. Zen, thanks for your question. So yeah, sparring, when young bulls are interested in gaining their condition and gaining their strength, they're going to pick a partner to spar with. And this is just play fighting. They're learning, trying to figure out which side of the body suits them best. Is it going to be the left side or the right side? How to use the opponent as leverage, which usually means that when they start to fight and they start to learn and become good at fighting, they'll soon figure out that they've got to try and press its body up against the opponent as closely as possible, so you can add leverage. You use the opponent as an anchor point, if you will. And then, of course, when bulls want to breed with females, and there's another bull in the area that's also interested in the same reason, this is when neck fighting becomes very, very serious. And they smack each other as hard as they can. Sometimes they actually swing such a hard blow and they miss, that their head almost swings, is it 320 degrees or something like that? Because of that momentum of that heavy skull. You'll notice the giraffe also has a mane much shorter than that of zebra. The hair on the neck being well developed there, we do classify that as a mane. Okay, did she just stop chewing or did she swallow the cud? Let's just watch the neck. Okay, I think she just stopped chewing. And to have a good look at what's going on around there. They're continuing to chew. Hannah, the equivalent of necking with zebras, so I would imagine biting and kicking. Zebras, they do kick one another quite a bit, and the stallions do bite each other quite sore, to the point where the tails and ears can be actually totally snipped off. Sometimes even chunks out the hindquarters can be ripped out. So imagine when you bite into an apple. I have seen that before, that you'd actually think a predator made that scar or that wound, but it's actually made by another zebra. Wow, look at this bull giraffe. He's magnificent. Yo, he's a big boy, this. Most definitely the dominant one of the group. As you can imagine, with all the lumps on his head being calcium deposits from doing that osteophagia that I mentioned earlier, where they suck the bones to leach calcium out, you can actually just imagine for yourself how dense and heavy this one's skull must be. Definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of that headbutt. Magnificent bull, this. He is really beautiful. Kim, that's actually a very good question. So there are some plants that giraffes won't feed on, and believe it or not, there is some poisonous vegetation out here But giraffes do eat some of the poisonous vegetation out here. What is poisonous to us is not necessarily poisonous to the animals. And so milkwoods often get fed on by giraffes, to the point where the milkwoods and the canopy of the milkwood becomes shaped in a very unique way. And that's from the way in which giraffes have fed upon them. But, giraffes are not enjoying bitter or sour vegetation, if I can say. I think the correct would be to say a bitter vegetation. They like sweet vegetation, such as the sweet thorn that they're eating on now, and other thorn trees. So they're mainly going after thorn trees, and the general rule is if you see a plant in the nature, and they are browsers, so leaf eaters, those plants with thorns or spines are obviously protecting themselves against something, which is browsing usually, trying to protect those sweet leaves. So they really enjoy the Vachellias. They absolutely love them. And this is the reason why, Amakhala has got such a solid population of giraffe, is because the amount of Vachellias on the game reserve. That's a nice shot there, BK, with the zebra in the arch there. Very, very creative there. Definitely, being a cameraman, it's a bit like being an art form, if you will. You've got to have an eye for this sort of a thing. And BK sure does have it. Oh, that giraffe in the middle, grooming its back leg there. See how that neck really does become quite flexible. Now, sometimes when giraffe are extremely exhausted and they're lying down, they put the tip of their nose on just sort of by the tail, the top of the tail, so that that neck really arches all the way back, and they rest. Sometimes, you don't often see it, but they rest the tip of their nose just above the tail on their hind section. And it's quite something to see if you ever see it for the first time. It looks very awkward and painful. But not for them. They just find it an easier way just to lighten the load of the neck and the skull just by resting it on their hind quarter. Back to this fine gentleman over here.
International Animal Rights Day is on the 10th of December. Here at Wild Earth, we believe that for people to see animals as equals, they must understand how animals live and recognize that they have emotions just like us. Join us for Quizmania, a weekend of interactive fun with prizes to be won, where we will test you on how much you know about the animals we share our planet with.
Oh, shame. Behind the bush? Oh, yeah. Jesse, BK, good spot. So a giraffe has just gone down into the resting position there. You can just see a bit of it. Wow, look at the amount of debris here. Those dry branches. Of course, elephants have come through at some point. Okay, this was actually a nice viewing here, but in the meanwhile I'm going to send you over to Lisa, who's in Djuma, and see what she's busy with.
Thank you, Andrew. And we are still with these beautiful impala in Djuma. They've literally obviously just moved off into the shade a little bit, but still sticking around, which is awesome. Generally, you know, impala sort of do their thing and then they move off. Just look at that little one. It's very thirsty. Oh, that's got to be one of the best things to see, is the bond between a mom and a little one, whether it's impala or lions or zebras. It truly is such a special thing to witness in nature. Like Bernice said this morning, you know, it's raw nature, it's beautiful, it's just undisturbed, unfiltered, just how we want to see it. I'm not sure what's happening now. Definitely some alarm calling going on, and this particular group is not yet reacting. Of course, as soon as they've established, what's going on, whether it's a predator or anything that might potentially be threatening to them, they'll all start alarm calling. So we'll just see what's happening. But you can hear there's definitely still a lot of wind around, so that might also be throwing the game off a little bit. Generally, for the most part, impalas are good indicators. When they alarm call, it's good to pay attention and just make sure you're not overlooking anything. We're just going to take a look-see around. I've got one of our wonderful zoomies helping us on the Djuma Dam cam. Come on, leopard. How cool would it be if we saw a leopard now? Very odd time of the day to be seeing it, but I mean, animals don't have watches. You never know what we might see. We are just scanning absolutely everything, and if you have not been able to join us the whole day today on Escape to Nature, or you have not been able to watch the full show, you can always just download our app and then watch the highlights to see what you've missed and of course the best bits. And we do that for every show, including Escape to Nature. But we just want to see... They seem fairly, they are still alert, but they seem a bit more relaxed now. If there's something there, especially if it's close to them, they'll all stop everything that they are doing and just stand still and pay attention. Does not seem like anything is around. At least what we can see. Remember, they hear different things, they smell different pheromones and scents and everything, so it really does depend, but I think it's just the wind. Looking at their behavior now, they are all fairly relaxed, not moving or moving around quite frequently, so definitely not too disturbed by the fact that if they do get some attention or draw some attention. Sorry, I'm just scanning literally every bush just to make sure. Azumi is saying the impalas are telling fibs. Crying wolf. No, well, I guess it's, it's better to rather make an alarm call at absolutely everything as opposed to, thinking it's fine, there's nothing, and then there is in fact something. But it seems our heron is still around. Still just looking for some more food. And Dewey is also still around, but I mean Dewey is Dewey. He just does whatever he wants. Get it? Oh man, I thought it's gonna get something. Get it! Ha ha ha! Got something. Jamie, you would like to know how do nests withstand horrible weather? So, a lot of the times they actually don't, believe it or not. Often you'll see after heavy rains that the nest have actually fallen out of the tree or from the branch or wherever it is. So it does sometimes get damaged, specifically your lapwings, those birds that have their eggs on the ground as well. If it's really heavy weather, sometimes those too can get damaged. I don't know who of you are from South Africa. If you are not, we have had some ridiculous rains in Gauteng and specifically in Johannesburg, the area where we are broadcasting from, but more to the West Rand. And I can tell you some people's nests did not survive it. People's walls have broken, some of the main highways and roads and everything has broken. So, at the end of the day, nature will always conquer. And sometimes it does even with, the animals, with their youngsters. As I said, on my first reserve that I worked at, we had a full 2-week period where it just rained. That was all that happened, and a lot of animals actually perished because of that. A lot of the antelope, they literally died from the cold. And sometimes, as Andrew mentioned, nature is designed and created in such a way to, always have the strongest survive. It really is about survival of the fittest. So sometimes the bird nests don't survive. Sometimes a lot of baby animals don't survive. It really is all about the natural selection of things. Just want to see if this heron is going to get something else. There's a tiny terrapin. We're just gonna take a look around, see what else is around, and then slowly make our way back to the impala. It is a fairly peaceful day in most of our locations today. Luckily we have seen some rhino, we've seen some elephant, we've seen a sleepy lion with Lauren. Almost just mixed my R and my L there. There's Dewey! Dewey, are we getting up? What's happening? Are you just repositioning in life? Sorry, we'll try to get back to Dewey now. Sorry, I'm just quickly going to get us back to Dewey. I just want to see if he's going to get out of the water. And as always, our kingfisher is just talking away. Alrighty, I'm gonna see what Dewey is up to, just see if he was in fact trying to get out of the water or what is happening. But while I do so, I'm gonna send you back to Andrew, who's in Amakhala with his zebra and giraffe.
Yeah, we are live.
Oh, that's so cool that you all managed to see Dewey. Yo, I really miss that hippo from when I used to operate those dam cameras. I really miss that hippo. He's so cool with the sticks that he picks up. And we're still watching this beautiful group of zebra with the giraffe over here. And overall, it's just a nice scene where they are. And I was just chatting to BK. It's going to sound weird, but it feels like we're almost in a fish tank, if you will. So the blue water, the blue sky representing the water, and then the land representing sort of the gravel in the fish tank, and then of course the bush and the animals. So it's a weird thing, but if you were out here with us now, you would also sort of imagine it, and you would see what I mean. So I was practicing my zebra alarm call. My goodness, it is so difficult. I actually wish I hadn't have made that challenge, but I will give it a go once these zebras do move off. Look at them socializing. Very sociable animals, actually. It's amazing how zebras do form bonds with one another. But in a harem, you're going to have some zebras that really don't like each other. And any opportunity given, they try and bite one another and kick one another. But then others, they tend to spend a lot of time together, like these three over here. There's a foal right in the middle there. Okay, so I'm going to send you back to Lisa in Ukukuyo and see what she is busy with at the moment.
Thank you, Andrew. We are just observing some of the animals. Dewey, in fact, they just chill out some more there in Djuma, or on Djuma in Gowrie Dam. I'm still looking for my foal, Andrew. I'm very jealous of your foal, I have to be honest with you. Very, very jealous of that tiny one. Just trying to see if I can find one of my own between all of these zebras. Oh, my apologies. This camera is really not my friend today, it seems. You know, I always find it odd how the animals just stand out in the open like this, literally midday. It must be excruciatingly hot, and they are just chilling it out. I mean, if I'm going to stand anywhere, I might as well stand in the water. It's always so fascinating. And then as soon as one starts moving, you know, they'll all start moving, whether it's away from the water or towards the water. Now, I have spoken to the herds of elephants that we have here in Ukukuyo, and they said they've got a little bit of a busy schedule today, but they will try to make time for us on Escape to Nature. They will really, really try their very best. They said they'll most probably come around, you know, on Sunset Safari, but I asked them, please, if they can really make it for Escape to Nature, we will be eternally grateful. So we'll see, you know, if they... if they have time. If only we could do that, hey? Often I had guests and they would, you know, you chat to them and get to know them. Where are they from? I have to say that's one of the things I always prided myself on, and that always astonished my guests and my peers and colleagues, is I can literally within 15 minutes of meeting my guests tell you where they are from, how old are they, how long have they been married, how many kids do they have, what do they do for a living. But anyway, when you do meet your guests, you sort of, you know, just get a feel for what do they want to see. Just like I ask you guys, you know, let me know what you are looking forward to today. And, you know, often you would have guests saying to me, we would love to see a lion kill, please. We would really like to see a brand new baby elephant that has just been born. And then also if we can please see some leopards mating, you know, it's like they sort of... ordering off a menu and you're just like, yes, sure, absolutely. I will email the animals. And then after they've given you this whole list, then you're like, that's nice. But even though we are optimistic, we shall definitely just try and enjoy everything else.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Oh man, I'm just soaking all of this up. It really is just so, so beautiful. And I'm just trying to scan absolutely everything. My apologies for not taking a closer look. Our damn camera at Okokweyo is giving us a little bit difficulty today, but never mind, we will never let that stop us. I'm just trying to scan the horizon as well for some movement. But earlier on, I did ask a question about lions, something we have not seen in quite some time, sadly, unfortunately, here in Okokweyo. As we are discussing baby animals today and all of that, what do you guys know about lions and their babies? And you can tell me anything, any facts about them. You know, their gestation period, the number of young they have, what it works like, you know, with the pride dynamics when a female gives birth, how all of that works, because it's something very, very fascinating, you know, that we don't discuss too often. I know Lauren touched a little bit this morning when she saw her blonde sleepy lion. But for me specifically, you know, I tend to I tend to forget things if I don't talk about it often. I don't know if you guys are the same. But if I do not discuss something often, for me it's sort of like out of sight, out of mind. I remember often when we did our freshen up assessments with everything, you know, you don't talk about weather every day, you don't talk about astronomy every day, you don't talk about geology every day, and then if your assessor or your mentor asks you, oh, by the way, what happens with this and this and this, then you're like, And I feel for us especially as well, you know, even though we have the cubbies in Amakala, lion cubs is not something we see too frequently on safari. We've got the youngsters from the Talamati Pride in Juma, but I'm talking baby lions, you know, blue eyes, spots on the bodies. What do you know about baby lions and females giving birth and the bond between them and the dynamics and everything about it? Let's chat a bit about that. But please do think about that. Think about everything you've heard from the different naturalists about lions and their babies and all of that, and do let me know. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you back to Andrew and his beautiful giraffes and zebras.
All right, so it seems like our signal has stabilized quite nicely in this position over here, and we can resume watching these beautiful animals over here. And of course, in this heat like we're facing now, most of the stuff that we would normally look for are going to be hidden and hiding. Definitely going to take advantage of this beautiful view that we have here. We were thinking of going to Secretary Bird's Nest, but of course they're going to be extremely hot and we don't want to disturb them too much, given so we can always resume looking at them at a later stage, to maybe today or tomorrow early morning. But for now, I'm just going to leave our Secretary Birds in peace and quiet. Oh, shame. Look at these zebras on the side of the road here, contemplating whether they're going to cross and go into the shade or they're just going to relax over there. See, the one is not feeling very comfortable. The ears all cocked back, but now they're forward position now. And it's moments like these I'm really grateful that we have a roof on the vehicle, otherwise we would not be in a very comfortable position. Probably look like an egg benedict by now. Definitely a good breakfast to be. That's it, Morgan. Just wondering where the ellies are hanging around. They could very well be in one of the nearby thickets. I haven't heard any branches breaking or anything. I think wherever they are, they're probably fast asleep. Okay, so I think let's head off back to Lisa, who's out in Botswana at the moment at Mashatu.
Donkey Andrew. I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen in Mashatu because the weather has really been building up. There's been a breeze picking up over here. You can see the clouds are slowly starting to roll in. So we shall see. You know, I am yet to see my first lions, leopards, things like that in Mashatu. I have seen one of my favorite animals though, a spotted hyena here, quite a few of them actually. In one sighting though, it wasn't several sightings. But we will just have a look-see around. And it truly is a very peaceful day today. Mother Nature is just once again reminding us that she is in charge of everything. The weather, the sightings, the animals. We just have to sit back and relax and just appreciate all of it. And yesterday, for those of you that were not with us, I saw my first Carmine bee-eater here in Mashatu. So as you all know by now, I get excited pretty much about anything. So it was very, very special. And I'm actually surprised that we were able to successfully frame up on it. But I have been trying to look for it again, but it does not seem to be around today unless I have missed it or overlooked it. Mashatu is not like Ukukuyo, and it's interesting how all of these locations, you know, are so different but have a lot of similarities with regards to, you know, the camouflage and how well they can hide animals. Because of course here in Mashatu it's very lush, very bushy, very green. And in Okukoyo, even though it's very open and I almost want to say naked, you know, the animals really do camouflage very, very well amongst those rocks as well. So wherever the animals find themselves, you know, Mother Nature always has a way of hiding them, camouflaging them, giving them their pros and cons when it comes to the survival of them. But please do send me your comments on lions and their babies. Whatever you know about lions, you know, how long they gestate for, how many young they have at a time, how long does the mating ritual take, anything you know about lions. 'Cause today we are having a little bit of a baby day. We have not seen too many babies though. I thought we might bring some baby energy to the different locations, but that's alright. Ooh, there goes our quillias. And isn't it just incredible how they camouflage? Morgan is saying there's our kingfisher that does not exist. Yes, indeed, Morgan. Someone's sitting here at the bottom playing the app. Let's see, I saw a bird. Oh, it was the weaver busy with a nest. Jeez, you guys are busy and they really are blending in so immaculately with the green and the yellow vegetation here. You almost don't see them. If you are not looking closely, watching for the movement, you do not see them. Just want to scan this open area. Sometimes the elephants like to hang out here, but again, you know, the elephants are literally anywhere and everywhere right now in the summertime. They can just go wherever they want, do whatever they please. Jeez, these quillias are really just photobombing, but when we are actually looking to frame up on them, then they don't want to sit still. Just want to look for our terrapins. Two terrapins. Of course, they are reptiles, just like monitor lizards, just like crocodiles. You'll often find them, even if there is a little bit of a breeze, they will be sun basking. Because they are not like mammals, and they need outer resources to sort of warm them up. And this is probably one of the coolest animals out here, or creatures out here. Because even though, you know, you don't see them often, especially on drive, you tend to forget how important they are, because they serve the same role or purpose as the oxpeckers. So they clean the animals, like you saw yesterday with Tristan on Sunset Safari. That one terrapin was just constantly going after the wound. Now that is parasitic. It can be a negative thing as well, but for the most part, you know, they're trying to clean up the animals. And again, I don't think it's, you know, conscious thing where they know, okay, well, this is now hurting the animal, it's creating more parasites, etc. To them, they're just getting fed. Just like, I don't know if they know, you know, when it's a good relationship, when they are cleaning an animal and getting fed in the process as well. Oh, there's another one coming out. This literally is the definition of almal soek net 'n plekkie onder die son, which is an Afrikaans saying, but you know, translates to everyone just wants their place in the sun or under the sun. This is the literal definition of that saying. But of course, these are the marsh terrapins, and people tend to confuse them with turtles. This is not a turtle. A terrapin is basically a freshwater tortoise or turtle. So turtles, you know, for the most part, tend to live in the ocean. And then terrapins we'll find in fresh water. But fair warning, if you ever do find one on the road and you want to perhaps move it to safety or anything like that, first and foremost, you know, I'm not saying pick up tortoises or turtles or terrapins or anything. But just as a fair warning, they stink horrifically. So bad. I remember the one time I had to pick up one because it was a main road and eventually a puddle had formed on this road, and I assume a terrapin traveling from one water hole to another one just decided to stick around there. But as I say, a lot of people, you know, are just cruising on that road. They do not know there's a terrapin there, so I just sort of safely moved it out of the way because the water hole was literally just across the road. It just had to keep walking. And it's a horrible smell. It's really not lovely. But you know, that again brings us to when should we just leave animals be and when should we try and help them, you know, but in the same time we are in fact interfering. It's a very, very fine line. But as I say, that terrapin would definitely have gotten ran over by something or someone. But again, you know, maybe that's part of Mother Nature's natural selection. We just need a leopard, you know, coming through. And believe me, it's not a lack of looking. I promise you, when I am monitoring the different water holes in the afternoons on Sunset Safari as well. Even when we are on IR here in Mashatu, I'm always looking for either a lion or a leopard or a hyena or just something. I'm yet to see a cat here in Mashatu. Well, for that matter, I'm yet to see elephants here again. I don't know if they still live here in Mashatu. Morgan are saying they've moved away. I remember my previous reserve was very, very interesting, you know, when it came to the layout of the reserve. So the whole reserve in itself, you know, years and years and years and years and years back, it used to be fruit and vegetable farms. Some of it was cattle farms. So the owners of that reserve, you know, bought bit by bit by bit and eventually made it one big reserve. So as you drive along from south to north, from east to west, it completely changes. You know, sometimes you've got this open plains or the plateau. Other times, you know, you've got these rivers and riverines and just foresty sections. And specifically with the elephants, you know, in summertime you really struggled because just like we see here in Mashatu, now there's water everywhere. Even though we can't see it, you know, we just think, oh, our water hole is glorious. The animals are definitely moving around because there's a lot of water everywhere now for them, which is brilliant. We do not want to take anything away from them, so but it does make it a little sad for us. And we've got some more terrapins on the rocks. Morgan is saying she would never have seen that. You will, Morgan. You get into practice. So from what I can see, there's at least one did just drop in the water, but I think I see at least 4 terrapins. You can see them camouflaging very, very well on the rocks. And again, just like the ones we saw on the other side of the water hole, they were just sunbasking, taking it all in, trying to heat up. Just want to see what this terrapin is going to do because it keeps looking around and then generally you see them starting to wiggle and then they'll drop into the water. Eagle lover, thank you for still being with us from early this morning. Thank you for your question. You would like to know Why does the water look so green at Mashatu? So it's a good question actually. So because there has not been a lot of animal activity, you know, how can I call it? Not the bacteria, but like the algae and, you know, the other components in the water are starting to stagnate. So there's no elephants coming to the water that's stirring the water up, whether it be them bathing or just drinking. There's no other animals that's really coming to, as I say, you know, stir the water. Yes, we've got the little grebes, we've got the terrapins, but I mean, they are tiny, so they are not going to make a big difference. It's like having a big pot of, I don't know, soup or something, and you have to, or sauce, and you have to give it a proper stir. If you are using a teaspoon, that's not going to make much of a difference. But if you are using like a proper soup spoon, then it will definitely make the world's difference. That is actually a very weird comparison, but it makes sense. So that is why the water here in Mashatu is so stagnant. You'll see as soon as we get some animal activity again, then it will definitely change again as well. So it really does. You know, that's why we need the animals. It's not just for my well-being and for your well-being and for your satisfaction. It's for the water hole as well, you know. It needs to be stirred up a little bit. Stir the pot. So I hope that makes sense, eagle lover. But it is just due to all of the components, the algae, everything that is just sort of becoming stagnant because there's no real activity. And then even if you do have rain, I'm sure you've seen, for those of you that have a swimming pool at home, you know, if you don't often clean it and stir it and sort of make sure the maintenance is done, when it rains, even though that is technically stirring the water, it is just still gonna get compacted. So yesterday we did have a rather large storm here in Mashatu on the Sunset Safari, and it was brief, but it was proper. And even that didn't change things. You need animals that actually come to the water hole. I'm sure you've seen when elephants drink, they'll drink a little bit first and then they'll spurt that first sip out and then perhaps do it again and again. That is also because the water is not fresh yet for them. They want to get the nice fresh water to drink.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
Alrighty, well, I am told by Morgan that apparently we have an Ellie in Okokoyo, so I'm going to try to take us to the beautiful elephant in Okokoyo. It is another elephant. I'm not going to touch anything on the controls, mostly because I can't, but I don't want to lose the elephant, so I think we'll just stay like this and just appreciate the zebras and the elephant simultaneously while we can. Alright, elephant, I need you to call the rest of your herd now. Whoever you can get in touch with, please do. Just let them know we are here. Morgan is saying he must definitely, also inform his friends in Mashatu, not just here in Okokoyo. I agree, Morgan, but we'll be happy with anything. I'm just glad another Ellie came to say hello. And again, if you do hear people, I hear there's a tiny one in the background. If you do hear them, sorry, as I was saying, if you do perhaps hear a tiny, cute, lesser spotted Homo sapien in the background, of course, Okokoyo is also a campsite. I would have loved for my parents to bring me here as a child, but that being said, I have to say I was very, very fortunate. That is actually how my love for nature and wildlife and the animals and everything started, is from a young age, my parents treating us to the bushvelds, to the ocean, and really just, they literally did as much as they could, to teach us about the whole country and different provinces, but specifically the animals. They always made time to take us to the bushveld, specifically Djuma or the Sabi Sands. So I definitely have a lot of respect and love for these parents with a tiny one at Okokoyo. Because it's sort of like you imprint. I remember my niece as well. She was tiny and she already loved animals. Just bear with me. I'm going to try to get us closer to our Ellie. Heifer lamp. Goodness, you animals. And it is in fact the same elephant that we had earlier on. As I mentioned, you know, he likes to come and go during the day. I'm surprised to see him back so soon. Generally he comes like around midday if he comes, and then he'll come back late in the afternoon. So yes, you can sort of pick up on animals' routines, but it's not always going to be the same. As I mentioned earlier, you know, animals don't read books, number one. And you don't know what that animal's day has entailed already. You know, has it been provoked by something else? Did something happen? Has it eaten a lot during the day? Has it already gone for water? Or what is the situation? Hi, zebras. And this has also got to be one of the coolest animals when it comes to their babies, for so many reasons. You know, of course, the babies can imprint on the mother's stripe pattern and know exactly which one is its mother just by looking at the stripes. Morgan is saying that zebra's doing some rock climbing over there. Definitely. I think if you're that big and that uncomfortable, you know, anything is difficult to overcome. But also with regards to the zebra babies, you know, of course, the foals, their legs are as long as the adults. That is always why they look so disproportionate and awkward. So, of course, when there is, in fact, any potential danger, the adults will encircle the little one just to sort of keep it safe and sound. And then also, you know, those black calluses you see on their legs. So I know a lot of hypotheses around it is due to, you know, zebras when they bend their legs, that is creating that callus, specifically when they are lying down, the hooves getting to that part of the leg is creating that callus. For me personally, and I will definitely, when we see a baby zebra, I will try to frame up on that again for you. But even a baby zebra has that already. So from what I know, from my personal experience, zebras, when they are in the womb, their front legs are sort of tied together because it's so long. So when they are given birth to, that sort of breaks apart, and that leaves that black callus on the skin. Because of course zebras do have black skins, and a lot of people wonder about that often. It's probably one of the questions I've been asked the most in my life. Is a zebra black with white stripes or white with black stripes? But they have in fact got black skin. So that is also what is creating that black spot on the inside of their front legs. But just in general, very fascinating animals, you know, when it comes to their markings. Of course, we know zebras have unique stripe patterns. And for those of you that have seen it, the 2 times that we've seen it, we've got it's my BFF here in Okokoyo, my black fluffy foal. And it's a zebra that is literally more black than anything else. And it's super, super fluffy, but just the markings on it is incredible. And even though they've got unique markings, sometimes it happens in nature where Mother Nature is just like, here's an extra splash of melanin, or I'm going to take your melanin and give it to another zebra. So it really is very, very cool animals to observe in general, but specifically this time of the year when it comes to their beautiful babies. Alrighty, while our zebras take off, just gonna take one last look to see if anything else is approaching the beautiful Okokoyo waterhole. It doesn't seem that way. But I do see, goodness, I just fell over my own tongue 3 times. I do see we've got some beautiful antelopes in Djuma on the dam cam. So let's head on over there and see what's happening. One of our awesome zoomies have found waterbuck, impala, and nyala here at Gowrie Dam. How cool is that? Everyone's having like a meeting. I don't know who of you that are in fact South African who can remember that advert years ago. I wanna be a Simba chippy. I always think, you know, when all of the animals aggregate. I want to be a waterbucky. Or perhaps the waterbucks are singing they want to be an impala. I don't know what's going on in their heads. But you can see a beautiful, 3 males actually. Beautiful big one out back. And then this one in front. The second to follow is a lady. It seems like a pregnant lady, in fact. Then another young male, and then of course the beautiful majestic male. We actually haven't seen waterbuck in quite some time, at least I haven't. And this is definitely also one of my favorite animals. Them as well as their babies, they've got the cutest babies. Oh my goodness. It's the fluffiest little awkward things. I mean the adults themselves as well. A male looks like an African reindeer. But it really is such an I don't know, strange animal really, if you think about it. It looks like an antelope and a donkey had a little bit too much to drink the one night and spent the evening together. But then also in the background we can see our beautiful nyalas, a male and it seems like 2 females. But these water bucks, very, very cool animals. I love them. And very good at evading predators. They'll often just bolt into the water. Shame, I remember the one time we had a sighting and the lions were hunting the waterbuck. So eventually the waterbuck ran into the water, and then like we see here at Gowrie Dam, there was also an island, but I would say much deeper into the actual water, like in the center of the actual dam. And eventually this waterbuck made it to the island, and the lions waited and waited and waited. And then what had happened was eventually they grew tired and they left, but the waterbuck became malnutrition because it couldn't eat anymore. And there was actually also a hippo that imprisoned that waterbuck on the island. Like, it didn't allow it to come into the water, being so territorial and everything. And shame, eventually that poor waterbuck just died on the island. No one ate it, no one killed it, all for nothing. Yeah, I like them. Such a weird animal. There's a hornbill in the background. Look there. Unless I'm imagining it. I mean, that's happened quite a few times now. Yes, so we've got our 2 southern ground hornbill. Thank goodness. This morning Tristan also had them on quarantine. And I've been keeping an eye out to see if they will come around, and finally they have. Yay! I'm so happy. Of course, southern ground hornbills, for the most part, are ground-dwelling birds, even though they can fly, but they are phenomenal hunters. They love going for snakes, lizards, squirrels, smaller birds. It really does depend, but sadly it is an endangered bird species. And the main reason for them being endangered, like most other animals, is due to humans, you know. Destruction of habitats. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. Destruction of habitats, so therefore loss of nests, habitats, etc. And they also, when they do lay eggs, they only lay 2 eggs. And for the most part, you know, if both of them actually do hatch, the one will generally kill the other one. It's called siblicide, when one sibling kills another. So these birds aren't great with, you know, reproduction and all of that, which does make them an endangered bird species. But as I say, predominant reason for them, as always, and like most things, is due to humans interfering or destructing or whatever the case is. So when we do see them, it's very, very cool. I've only seen a few of them in my life. I know in Kruger National Park it's quite a frequent sighting, especially in the south, from Skukuza, I think all the way to Malalan, you'll see them quite often. And then more to the north, Punda Maria, Pafuri, those areas as well. But for me personally, I have not seen many in my lifetime, in the wild at least. You know, you can sometimes see them at rehabilitation centers where people really do try and do their best to actually make sure that they can survive and outlive. I don't know if you saw that. He had like a very questionable look on his face. Just want to see if they're gonna get something. Because they do eat bugs and creepy crawlies, insects, stuff like that as well. But I mean, you can imagine a big bird like that, a snake or something rather larger, is going to be way more sufficient just as opposed to one khoho or one bug. Madison, you would like to know what would I say is unique about hornbills? Well, it really does depend. I don't know if you're referring just to these ones. This is the southern ground hornbill, but you also get the yellow-billed hornbill, you get the red-billed hornbill, the grey hornbill, the trumpeter hornbill. In general, obviously, I would say they bills. It's very, very unique, from the ground hornbill all the way up to the trumpeter hornbill. Very interesting how they pick something up and they sort of throw it in the back of their throat. But specifically this hornbill, if you are just referring to them, I don't know, I just love the fact that, you know, it's such an awkward bird, and for me at least, it's like an African turkey. It's a very majestic bird, and yet they are endangered. You know, just like a lot of other animals, they don't ask to be endangered. And when you start analyzing them and their behaviors and their characteristics and all of that, you think, but how can something this majestic, like a wild dog for instance, wild dogs have 80% success rate when they are hunting. Then you think, okay, but why are they endangered? But it's so many other contributing factors that makes them endangered, just like this bird. You know, it's such a fascinating bird. So cool. And as I say, yes, they only do lay 2 eggs every few years, but at the end of the day, for the most part, humans are responsible for their near extinction. Because at the end of the day, that is how we have to stop saying endangered. Endangered, I don't feel like we are taking that serious enough. I think if people start hearing near extinction or near extinct animals, then you'll sort of get a bit of a bigger fright, I would say. But I love how they do that. It just gulp up something and throw it to the back of their throat. Oh, this is just so cool. I just want to take this in because I really have not seen them in quite some time. So it's always just so special when you can, in fact, just observe them hunting, walking around. Noel, you would like to know what would hunt these birds in Djuma? Unless they are very brave or very stupid. Nothing would go for these birds, I would say. They do have the ability, as I say, to fly. And often you'll see them perching late afternoon in a tree, just to sort of get that safety factor. But the reason I say that is they've got rather, how am I going to call it? They've got rather strong claws or talons, and their beak as well. They can do quite a bit of damage. I know it seems like a very calm bird, but for me personally, I've never seen anything that hunted a southern ground hornbill. And as I say, they seem very chilled out, but they can, when you see them hunting or when you see them actually taking a snake apart or anything like that, it's rather vicious and malicious what they can do with that beak. And even just one of them, so you can imagine if a couple of them are on them. But that being said, nothing is impossible. Never say never. I'm not saying a leopard is going to avoid it if the opportunity is there. I'm not saying that a lion is going to avoid the opportunity should it present itself. It really does depend on the predator, the opportunity, the circumstances, but for the most part, from what I know, nothing will take its chance with a southern ground hornbill. But again, I could be wrong. You can also imagine if something like a lion or a leopard does get to it, it's going to be quite a lot of feathers to pluck out before they actually get to the meat.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth, in your nature.
slowly moving off now. I see it did just have a butterfly in its beak, but again, you know, a butterfly is gonna be like a fry or a chippy. It's not gonna be very nutritious. So unless they eat a lot of butterflies, they have to get something nutritional as well. And often you'll see them specifically when they are moving around like this, together either in a pair, or sometimes you'll find them in groups as well. If one finds something, the others will definitely, you know, if it's something big, the others will definitely come have a look at, you know, the snake or perhaps the lizard or whatever it might have been lucky to catch. Leslie, good afternoon. You are saying that you've heard that owls will take on ground hornbills. Definitely, anything is possible. As I said, never say never. Just to my personal knowledge, there's not much, you know, a lot of sightings in terms of hornbills actually being hunted by something. But definitely, but I mean, even a cow, even an owl has to you know, be very large in order to take that bird on, because something, for instance, like a Varu eagle owl, they would more or less be the same size than a southern ground hornbill, and perhaps a spotted eagle owl, which is much smaller, would also try its luck. But definitely, as I say, anything is possible. We all have different experiences, we all have different sightings and circumstances that we've witnessed. So sorry, I'm just laughing at my cow moment. But definitely, you know, nothing's impossible. As I say never whenever it comes to anything in nature. Never ever ever say never. And there they go. And they will slowly carry on like that for the whole day. Generally, as I say, at night time you will find them, you know, just perched on trees, because that's where they feel safe, and they do have the ability to fly, so they can do that for themselves. But for the rest of the day they'll just carry on like this, look for anything they can find really. Anything really will suffice. But as I say, they love snakes and lizards, stuff like that. If they do come across a tortoise, they will also, you know, start taking that apart from out the shell. And a lot of other predators as well, you know, lions as well. I've seen lions trying to eat a leopard tortoise. But what a lot of your raptors or your eagles would do is they'll pick up a tortoise, they'll fly up with it, and they'll drop it to sort of break that shell first, and then get to to the meat, like the soft flesh. Nancy, you would like to know, are southern ground hornbills... I'm sorry, what was the last word? Sorry, my my brain just broke there, Tulu. Oh, sorry, are they always found in pairs? No, as I mentioned, you can find them in pairs, you can find them in groups, you can find them solitary. Sorry, my brain just broke there for a little moment. It happens. But no, you can really find them in any group. They are not found in massive flocks, for instance, of 50 or like the quillias we see. But no, you can find them solitary, in pairs, in small groups. You can even find them with juveniles still around as well, because the juveniles are different to the adults with regards to their color and plumage. They don't have that beautiful redness to them. Their black is not completely black and dark yet, sort of more like a faded color. So it really does depend. Look at these two beautiful males. I think the animals are definitely all enjoying this slight breeze, which is interesting because generally when there is a bit of wind, the animals tend to just stick to the bush and just stay where they think it's more safe. I think they are not minding this breeze today. It's definitely making things a little bit cooler for them. Well, that was absolutely brilliant. I'm so glad that our hornbills came around and said hello. As I mentioned this morning, I was really hoping for that today. So very happy that that happened and that I could in fact share it with all of you. But I will keep watching the beautiful Djuma Dam cam along with the help of one of our awesome zoomies. And then Okukuyo, Mashato, I'll keep an eye out. But while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Andrew to see what he's up to in Amakhala.
Thank you, Lisa. So we are on top of an area called God's Window here on the ridge, and we are overlooking this beautiful basin environment. We did actually take a drive down into the basin. We were quite keen to see if we could find any animals. Unfortunately, everything is hiding and there was nothing to show in the form of animals, that is. It's just amazing where in the mornings this area can be somewhat full of animals, And here in the heat of the day, they've all disappeared. And I often think to myself, where have they gone? So of course, the riverline is a good place for them to hang out. Interesting cloud formations busy brewing up. Definitely one of the cumulonimbus clouds that are busy forming. The basin is just a beautiful drop off here. It's almost like an escarpment. So when you're on top of the ridge, it drops down. And when we parked the vehicle, I even said to BK, I said, no, let me just move back a bit just in case the vehicle does roll forward, because if it does, it's a very long way down. And who knows? I think it would be quite a mess if we had to fall down there. But yeah, we have parked the vehicle nicely. Nothing like that's going to happen. There's a bit of a breeze that's starting to form here, but it's a warm breeze, so it's actually making things a bit hotter. And we have gone through 2 liters of water in the last 2 hours. Can you believe it? So, definitely a scorcher out here. Lovely environment. I absolutely love coming up here. And back in the day when I used to be a safari guide for the reserve, I used to stop with my guests here all the time. Stop and have some drinks, have a chat, get to know each other quite well, and get back on the vehicle and search for those animals of desire again. We're not too far from the original den site of the lion cubs. They haven't been seen in quite some time now. There has been a brief sighting a few days ago, but they did disappear, and since then nobody has seen those cubs. But we can expect them to pop out at some point. Tina, thanks. I agree with you. To sit here, I mean, time runs away. If you're not wearing a wristwatch or constantly looking at the time, then you just stand here and you watch and you enjoy the nature, and then before you know it, easily half an hour has passed, and it's almost like time doesn't exist when you have beautiful landscapes like this. And that's exactly what it's meant to be like. You're supposed to forget about time and appointments when you come into the nature. Is to depressurize, if that's the correct word, and to allow nature to do magical things for the soul. And I'm blessed, I really am blessed, and so is BK. To be able to call this my office is really special. Now, I know I owe you all a vocalization of zebra, so I have been practicing. It's not going to sound too great. I know Lisa is also waiting. So I'm going to give it a go. So it's going to be in the form of a whistle. That's the best I can get it. So here we go. Ten out of 10, BK. 8 out of 10. Oh well, I'll take it. I'll take it. No, it's a difficult one to mimic. I'll do it one more time. Oh, goodness, that is so funny. Not an easy one to mimic. I hope Lisa did it. I've done it now. Wow, this wind is really picking up here. It's the thermals. That's I don't know if you can hear the breeze, but these are the thermals that are sort of hitting the top of the roof here. Warm rising air because of the heat. Later on this afternoon, can definitely, hopefully, see raptors along here. And we saw a rock kestrel with BK this morning, which is quite nice. Every now and then we see jackal buzzard up here. Fish eagle, yo, it's been a long time since we've seen fish eagle from this side because of the lack of water in the river. And in the near future we can expect to have the Amur falcons migrating in, and I believe they come all the way from China, so they're going to be one of the last migrants to come into the area, usually at the end of summer. Dark Mane Lover, thank you so much. You enjoy that? It's good, it's good. I'll practice a bit more. I used to know a guy that could mimic spotted hyena and blackback jackal to a T, and you would really battle to tell the difference. And I know James Henry does a spotted hyena impersonation also extremely well. That is also a tough one. You have to get that sort of that whooping sound correct. Otherwise it does sound totally off. Yeah, an incredibly warm day today. I think when we read the weather updates for the upcoming days, you sort of can't comprehend the heat until it arrives, because it's usually a bit warmer than what it is. Especially being inland over here, it does get a lot warmer than the coastal environment. Dark Mane Lover, yes, yeah, there's been some serious electrical storms out here in Amakhala. There has been the odd fire in the past, sort of initiated by the electrical storms. Luckily, some staff at one of the lodges managed to pick it up quite quickly. It was actually staff accommodation. They managed to see it, the fire start, and they quickly ran out and they managed to stop that. But yeah, and I remember when I used to work in the Kalahari, almost every single electrical storm in the drier months, there was a fire. And I remember one year we beat a huge fire out at Swalu. That year 7,500 hectares of land got burnt down. So not all of it was on Swalu, some of it was on the neighboring cattle farms and so on. And we all sort of lapped together as a team to put that fire out. It took 5 days to put that fire out. Let me tell you, that was exhausting. You go through lots of shoes and shirts because it gets melted. And you drink tons of water, and you can only beat fire for 30 minutes at a time before your body's totally had it. It's totally exhausted. Got to drink water, sit down, let the next team go in, and then you do a relay in that sense. But yeah, the electrical storms out here are magnificent. It is part of nature, so I do admire the electrical storms. And the last one was about a week and a half ago. The clapping of thunder and lightning was very impressive. Wow, these clouds are just magnificent. See if you can see any shapes in the clouds and let us know what you see.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Okay, I can see something flying around. These are the lesser striped swallows that you might have seen flying across your screen there. I don't know where they came from, as they usually are associated quite close to their nesting area, so there must be a nesting site somewhere here. And I know Richard's Crossing has got a few of the holes in the embankments, made originally by, what was it? I think it was could have been the kingfishers, and a whole lot of swallows are now using it as well. Now, I believe one of our zoomies is requesting that I make the vocalization again of the zebra. I don't know if MC is stitching me up here, but Red, if you are listening, I'm going to do it again for you. So here we go. There we go. That's just for you, Red. Wow, this breeze is actually starting to cool down nicely now, making it much more comfortable for us. And definitely a beautiful view of God's window this afternoon here. Okay, so I'm going to send you over to my friend Lisa, who's at Ukukuyo in Namibia, and see what's happening on that front.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you so much for your zebra call. It was wonderful. I'm not even gonna try and do mine. I cannot do the zebra call. I cannot do any animal imitations. I'm so sorry. No, but it was not us stitching you up. Red really wanted to hear it, so thank you for repeating that for her. And as you say, practice makes perfect, you know. But no, the zebra, I mean, the only one I can do is Rolf's imitation, which is the whoop 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 whoop. But I can, in fact, do their, I don't know what you call it, like their sigh or their, what would you call it? That, I don't know. If anyone knows what you call that, that is the vocalization from a horse as well. You are more than welcome to let me know. But that's the only one I can do from a zebra, really. And as I say, unless I try to imitate Rolf's imitation, he is also brilliant when it comes to the zebra. However, I can do a, what was it? A jackal that you spoke about, Andrew. I can definitely do the jackal. I can do the hyena, I just have to laugh. Apparently that's what my laugh sounds like. My father has always told me that. And in fact, even guests have told me that on safari. The one time we got back to the lodge and my colleague's guest jumped off his vehicle and they were just all smiles. And I was like, okay, you know, they must have had a good drive. And this... This man literally walked over to me and he was like, "You laugh like a hyena." And I didn't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but apparently that's what my laugh sounds like. And things have really calmed down here in Okokoyo. You know, most of the animals have pretty much gone into the shade and just taken off to cool off. At least our very loyal black-headed heron is sticking around. Good afternoon, wonderful hearing from you. We always enjoy your comments. You are saying, and then we get zebras at the water hole. How fitting. Yes, indeed. Of course, I planned that one. Knowing that Andrew was going to do a zebra call. I summoned the zebras to the water hole here at Okokoyo, chased away all of the other animals. I did let the black-headed heron stay though. He hasn't eaten much yet today, so I told him, you know, it's fine, you can stay, just sort of blend in. But no, definitely, it's always wonderful seeing the zebra. They really are such beautiful animals. Specifically, you know, if you only see so few of them. Here in Okokoyo, we see them generally various harems that come to the water hole. I mean, there have been times where we counted easily 60, 70, 80 zebra at one time at the water hole. So it's pretty cool every now and again when you just have a calm moment with the animals as well. Mandy, you would like to know if zebras can be aggressive towards each other. Yes, definitely. Andrew spoke about it earlier, you know, that extra tooth or set of teeth that they get in their mouth, which is called a tusher. They can definitely bite each other with that. They can also kick each other, and it's not just the males, you know, the females also get pretty feisty with the males and vice versa, the males with the females. So definitely one of your more vicious and malicious animals, I would say. And even with lions, you know, if lions are in fact attempting to hunt them, they can definitely defend themselves, or at least try as far and as best as they can to defend themselves when it comes to the biting, the kicking. But they are very strong and sturdy animals as well. So just like a giraffe, just like a horse for that matter, if they do kick you, you're not going to have the time of your life, I promise you. It's going to be bye-bye birdie. So they are definitely very, very strong and sturdy animals with regards to, you know, their anatomy. They are very, very muscled, much like a horse, for those of you that are familiar with horses. Just want to see what gave them a fright this time. Earlier on when the animals did that, we had an elephant that arrived, but it does not seem like the case right now. Come on, elephants. I know I say this every single day, but it really would be nice to, just before we end Escape to Nature, see some elephants. A whole herd of them with babies, gracing us with their presence. Where Mashatu was my exemplary child in the beginning, It has pretty much now become my problem child, or my quiet child. As opposed to Ukokoyo, that is generally the busy one. Always has animals, but that being said, as I say, even the elephant sightings, have dried up a little bit here in Ukokoyo. But it's fine. We'll take what we get. Sugar bits. You would like to know, is the rocky terrain difficult for the animals to walk or run? Yes, definitely. I would say it is definitely more challenging, but that being said, that is why animals do create these game paths that we see. So you see these sort of open clearings that the animals come to. That is all done by the animals, and generally a game path does lead to a water hole. But all of the animals, apart from the elephant and the rhino, that we have seen here today in Ukokoyo, are hoofed animals. So they are called ungulates. They've got hoofs. So just like a horse, it doesn't really affect them. They don't really feel it. It's a very hard, compound foot structure that they have. Not like a lion, for instance, or an elephant or rhino with softer feet or softer pads. But I think it can become a little bit tricky, yes, and challenging. Definitely. I mean, you can imagine when you're running for your life and you've got a rock that you just step on wrong or something. I think it can definitely be a bit more challenging. But just like anything else, these animals adapt. They know their environment and they work around that. But it is a very good question. I don't know if I would want to live here as an animal. Just want to soak up these last moments we have on Escape to Nature, just taking some of the noises, the sounds, the beautiful animals, of course. Just appreciate it one last time. Alright, cross your fingers, cross your toes, braid your hair, do what you need to do. Let's look for some last minute elephants. Or a unicorn, I'll settle for a unicorn. This morning sorry, it's very off topic now, but I actually heard on the news, I think it's a little girl in the States. She wrote Santa or someone, the government or someone, she wrote a letter asking for a unicorn, and they actually sent her an actual permit for a unicorn, and she has to, when she does in fact find one, she has to polish the horn frequently, etc, etc. It was rather funny. I had quite a giggle this morning on the way to work. But our unicorns here in Ukokuyo, luckily we don't have to polish their horns. I don't think you would live to tell the tale. But it has been a brilliant day. We have seen a unicorn today already in Ukokuyo, which I was very surprised by. And we did see some single elephants, although I think it was the same elephants. And then of course our beautiful zebras, oryx, wildebeest, springboks, all of the animals that always treat us here in Ukokuyo with a wonderful presence, as well as the beautiful Mashatu, Juma. From myself, Lisa, you're at your water holes, from Lauren and Davi in Madikwe, as well as Andrew in Amkala, and then of course Liam in Kariga. Thank you so much for joining us on another escape to nature. It has been a rather peaceful day, but we've seen some elephants, rhino, lion. So tomorrow we will do it all again. But thank you so much for spending your time today with us. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. It's really special knowing that you like spending time with us, and just know we like spending time with you as well. So please do join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. And do stay tuned for Penguin Beach, Pikawynstrand. And then of course do join us this afternoon for Sunset Safari. But I really do hope everyone has a beautiful rest of the day.